How's it going?
So we have our conference center Wi-Fi's back.
Uh-huh. They said to keep the privacy on, but like in the interim, yeah. So for some reason it's that way right now. I don't know why. There's like a 10. Good morning,
Good morning,
Commissioner.
Commissioner. Good morning, Clerk Hart.
Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
Wonderful.
Can you hear me?
I can, thank you. Yes, I just had to mute my computer there. And you have your script available for you, Commission President?
Yes, I'm ready to go. When you guys
Wonderful.
are.
It is 10:30 SEC TV. Are you ready? Okay, great. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Good morning. This is Commission President Hamdi Mohammed convening the meeting of September 24, 2024. The time is now 10:30 a.m. We're meeting virtually on Microsoft Teams today. Present with me today are Commissioners Calkins and Hasegawa, who are currently gathered in the executive session virtual room awaiting the opening of the public meeting. We'll now recess into the executive session to discuss two items today. One item is related to litigation, potential litigation, or legal risk per RCW 4230-110, Sections 1I, and it's expected to last approximately 25 minutes. The second item is related to collective bargaining negotiations per RCW 4230-140, Section 4, and is also expected to last approximately 25 minutes. We'll reconvene back into public session at 12 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you. We are in recess. And Commission President Mohammed, go ahead and go over to the executive session line.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. sound is very good too, Erica. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for that, Commission President. Can you hear my sound? One more time for Commissioner Cho. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Great.
Okay.
Sorry, I was having audio trouble. I think we're good. Thanks.
Wonderful. Apologies, Commissioner Mohammed.
No worries, Clerk Hart. Is Commissioner Hasagawa with us?
I do not see her yet.
We will wait until we have a quorum.
Good morning from Seoul, South Korea, where it is 4 a.m. Glad I could be here.
Hold on. Yeah, okay, I'm in. Thanks.
And we are ready whenever you are, Commission President.
Great, we do have a quorum. This is Commission President Hamdi Mohammed reconvening the regular meeting of September 24th, 2024. The time is now 12:04 p.m. We're meeting in person today at SEA Conference Center, and all commissioners are meeting virtually today on Microsoft Teams. Clerk Hart, please call the roll for all commissioners in attendance.
Thank you. Beginning with Commissioner Cho.
Present?
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Present.
Thank you. And Commissioner Mohammed.
Present.
Thank you. We do have a quorum established.
Wonderful. Just a few housekeeping items before we begin. For everyone in the meeting room today, please turn off your cell phones and put them to silent. For anybody participating on Microsoft Teams, please mute your speaker when not actively speaking or presenting. Please keep your cameras off unless you are a commissioner or the executive director participating virtually, or you are a member of staff presenting and are actively addressing the commission. Members of the public addressing the commission during public comment may turn on their cameras when their name is called to speak, and will turn them back off again at the conclusion of their remarks. For anyone today who is at the dais, please turn off the speaker on any computer and silence your devices. Please also remember to address any of your items through the chair. You'll turn your microphones on and off as needed. All these items noted here will ensure a smoother meeting for all of us. Thank you. All votes today will be casted by the roll call method, so it will be clear for anyone participating virtually how votes are casted. Commissioners will say aye or nay when their names are called. We are meeting on the ancestral land and water of the Coast Salish people, with whom we share a commitment to stewarding these natural resources for future generations. This meeting is being digitally recorded and may be viewed or heard at any time on the Port's website and may be rebroadcasted by King County Television. Now I ask for those of you who are in the room to please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, and for those who are virtual, please join me as well. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all so much. The first item of business today is approval of the agenda. As a reminder, if a commissioner wishes to make a general comment or against an item on the consent agenda, it is not necessary to pull the item from the consent agenda, but rather a commissioner may offer general supporting or opposing comments later in the meeting once we get to that part of the agenda. However, it is appropriate at this time if a commissioner wants to ask any questions of staff or wishes to have a dialogue on a consent item to request the item be pulled for a separate discussion. With that said, commissioners, are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda or any motions to rearrange the order of the day? Hearing none. Commissioners, the question is now on approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Seconded. Great. The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any objections to the approval of the agenda as presented? Hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented. Very good. We'll move on in the agenda. We don't have any special orders of the day, so I will now give the floor to Deputy Executive Director Goon. Deputy Executive Goon, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Executive Director Steve Metrick is in Korea this week for the Busan International Ports Conference. I'm serving as his delegate during his absence. In a few hours, Director Metrick will present on the Port of Seattle's approach to decarbonization, with a particular focus on lessons learned from developing ports. He regrets missing this meeting, but wanted to ensure he is ready for that presentation. This is our final meeting of the third quarter. Fall is in the air, which means it's time to wish everyone a happy National Hispanic Latino Heritage Month. While we celebrate Hispanic and Latino communities beyond this month from September 15th to October 15th, we give extra recognition to the many contributions made to the history and culture of the United States, including important advocacy work, vibrant art, scientific innovations, and much more. The Port's Latinos Unidos Employee Resource Group is already leading the celebrations. On Saturday, September 14th, they participated in the CMAR South Park Fiestas Patrias Parade in the South Park community, where our community hub is located. And on Sunday, they supported Raise the Sails, joining BIPOC-serving organizations and families to sail aboard the schooner Adventurous out of Shilshole Bay Marina. Raise the Sails increases access to maritime career and recreational opportunities for BIPOC youth. A workshop on generating intergenerational wealth is planned for this month, and an offenda is planned at Pier 69 at the end of October. Turning your attention to the cyber incident and our ongoing response, we are 32 days into the incident and continue our work to build a more resilient port. First and foremost, there have been no new unauthorized cyber activity since our team took action to stop the cyber attack on August 24, 2024. We have also made significant progress in restoring IT-reliant operations. This is in no small part due to the countless hours that our port employees, volunteers, and outside partners have contributed to securely and safely restoring our operations and computer systems. Executive Director Metrick and I are incredibly grateful to all of the port staff for their professionalism and commitment to our mission and our customers, tenants, and external partners. I want to give a special call out to our information security and ICT teams who continue to keep up a tough pace for system restoration. We are particularly proud of their work and their partnership with the accounting and finance and human resources team to ensure that the people and organizations working throughout this particular period continue to get paid. I wanted to provide one detail that is helpful to understand the scale of the work. Last week, the team processed 1,126 manual payments to vendors. Those are payments we know our partners were depending on for their own employees and vendors. Thank you to everyone supporting this manual process, and particularly to the treasuries and accounts payable team who are helping us keep our commitments. While we are working quickly to assess affected data, this process is complex and will take time to provide accurate information. The Port is committed to offering credit monitoring services to employees, and we have begun initiating that service. Once we can better determine what data was involved, we are committed to notifying impacted individuals. During the budget presentation later today, you will see some investments we are making to enhance our cybersecurity and resiliency moving forward. Finally, I would like to point out that we reached 2 major milestones in the last 72 hours. At the airport, the Sustainable Airport Master Plan National Environmental Policy Act, also known as NEPA, a draft environmental assessment will be available for the public review on October 21st. We notified stakeholders in the industry and community of this news last Friday, September 20th. Giving this advance notice of upcoming comment period is a commitment we made to the community at the beginning of the NEPA process. Once the 45-day public comment period begins on October 21st, 2024, members of the public will be able to review information translated into 6 languages and submit comments throughout the comment period at a public meeting, online, by email, or regular mail. I particularly want to call out the 3 public meetings, November 13th, 14th, 16th, in Burien, Des Moines, and Sea-Tac, where we will host an open house about the environmental assessment, and a court reporter will take official comments from the public. Turning to the seaport, the Norwegian Bliss successfully connected to clean electric shore power for the first time ever at Pier 66 on Sunday. This was the first time in the history of our port that we had 3 ships simultaneously connected to the Seattle City Light grid. This was our first test, and we were very pleased by the partnership with the Seattle City Light, Norwegian Cruise Line, Cruise Terminal International, Ports America, the International Longshore and Warehouse Union Local 19, our port teams, our contractors and suppliers whose hard work, flexibility, and perseverance helped make this vision a reality. We will have a more formal update as we finalize the commissioning process. Moving to today's commission meeting, I would like to highlight a few items. On our briefing agenda today, we will provide a first look at our proposed central services budget. As we have communicated before, our budget guidance to staff was to have a fiscally responsible approach that is aligned with our values and priorities. Economic uncertainty and inflationary cost drivers mean that we have taken an extremely strategic look at any proposed new investments for next year. I'll have more to share about our financial outlook during the presentation. We also have an annual report and status update presented by our Port of Seattle Police Department. For new business, we will discuss our airport dining and retail tenant marketing program and the next iteration of our airfield improvement program. Commissioners, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that report out, Deputy Executive Director Goon. We appreciate the information you have shared. Now, moving us along in the agenda, we are at committee reports. We have Strategic Advisor Erica Chung, who will provide that report. You have the floor, Erica.
Good afternoon, President Mohammed, Commissioners, and Deputy Executive Director Goon. I have one committee report for you today. On September 12th, Commissioners Hasegawa and Cho convened the Aviation Committee. Commissioners gave their input regarding the cyber attack response at SCA and action steps to prepare for future disruptions at the airport. Staff highlighted the importance of continuity of operations protocol, prior exercises and training, and pure volunteer-driven people power in achieving the positive outcome we saw at the airport, where we successfully operated the airport with relatively minimal disruption. Commissioners asked questions regarding lessons learned and how this incident will inform future resilience effort and contingency plans across the port. Thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you for that report, Erica. Are there any follow-up questions regarding the report out? Hearing none, I'll move us along. We are now at the public comment part of our agenda. The Port Commission welcomes public comment as an important part of the public process. Comments are received and considered by commissioners in its deliberations. Before we take public comment, let's just review our rules for both those who are in person and virtual public comments. Clerk Hart, please play the recording.
the Port of Seattle Commission welcomes you to our meeting today. As noted, public comment is an important part of the public process, and the Port of Seattle Commission thanks you for joining us. Before proceeding, we will overview the rules governing public comment for your general information. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak unless otherwise revised by the presiding officer for the purposes of meeting efficiency, and the speaker shall keep their remarks within the allotted time provided. A timer will appear on the screen, and a buzzer will sound at the end of the speaker's comment period. The Commission accepts comments on items appearing on its agenda and items related to the conduct of port business. The presiding officer will ask speakers to limit their comments to these topics. This rule applies to both introductory and concluding remarks. Disruptions of Commission public meetings are prohibited. General disruptions include, but are not limited to, the following: speaking before being recognized by the presiding officer, holding or placing banners and signs in the meeting room in a way that endangers others or obstructs the flow of people or view of others at the meeting, intentionally disrupting, disturbing, or otherwise impeding attendance or participation at a meeting, refusing to follow the direction of the presiding officer or security personnel, attempting to use the comment time for purposeful delay without conveying a discernible message, using the comment period to assist in a campaign for election of any person to any office or for the promotion of or opposition to any ballot proposition except when addressing action being taken by the Commission on a ballot proposition appearing on its agenda, directing public comments to the audience, engaging in abusive or harassing behavior, including but not limited to derogatory remarks based on age, race, color, national origin, ancestry, religion, disability, pregnancy, sex, gender, sexual orientation, transgender status, marital status, or any other category protected by law, the use of obscene or profane language and gestures, assaults or other threatening behavior, and sexual misconduct or sexual harassment. For safety purposes, individuals are asked not to physically approach commissioners or staff at the meeting table during the meeting. Individuals may provide written public comment before or after the meeting, and in addition, speakers may offer written materials to the Commission clerk for distribution during their testimony to the Commission. A detailed list of the public comment rules is available through the Commission clerk. If a meeting is disrupted by an individual in attendance in the meeting room or by an individual providing public comment in person or virtually, the Port will impose progressive consequences that may result in exclusion from future meetings. Written materials provided to the clerk will be included in today's meeting record. The clerk has a list of those prepared to speak. When your name is called, please come to the testimony table or unmute yourself if joining virtually. Repeat your name for the record and state your topic related to an item on the agenda or related to the conduct of port business. For those joining virtually, when you have concluded your remarks, please turn off your camera and mute your microphone. Our public comment period will now commence. Thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you, Clerk Hart, for playing that recording. Do we have any sign-ups for today, Clerk Hart?
We do, Madam Commission President. We have 3 people signed up today. You have that list as well, and I can read them from the room if that's easier.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
You bet. Hang on a second. Let me get the timer up. Okay, and our first speaker is Sandy Hunt. And Madam Commission President, all of our speakers are in person today. We do not have any virtual signups. And then Sandy.
Very good. Welcome, Sandy.
Yes, please, go ahead. Yep, whichever one. And then, is that green? Can you see? Okay. And then, Sandy, if you could just please repeat your name for the record and your topic or agenda item related to the conduct of port business, please.
Sure. My name is Sandy Hunt with the Defenders of Highline Forest. I'm here because we are submitting public records related to the development of the Des Moines Creek West Business Park and the purchase of Track C.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Well, greetings, commissioners. We miss you in person. We have some papers for you to read when you get back, or I guess we'll be emailing them later today. On Thursday, the City of Des Moines will take up your purchase offer for Track C. Community members believe this authorization on their part is premature because we're currently in an appeal of the SEPA, within the appeal of the SEPA finding of determination of non-significance. Community members are staging a grassroots appeal of that because we do believe that the land in which the development, the last 16%, it looks like, of the 5 million square feet of, it feels like acres, 5 million square feet of development that has occurred as part of the Des Moines Creek Business Park is what is at stake for members of the community. This last 16% is critical for members of the community because it abuts their homes, is covered with over 500 trees, is a wooded trail land which connects two trails that are well loved and well used. And if it seems shocking that there is this grassroots organizing against developing this last little track, it should not be. It's very hard for the average person to keep up with all the goings-on of development, but what they are seeing is the loss of the trees in their backyards and the impact of the development on their trail system. We are asking, the time is up. Thank you. We are asking you to listen to Barbara McMichael, who will be going next.
Thank you for those comments. Clerk Hart, please call the next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Barbara McMichael. Barbara, please go ahead and repeat your name for the record and your agenda item or topic related to the conduct of port business, please.
Thank you. And I'm looking at the cameras there. If I to look straight to the eyes of
You can, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Barbara McMichael. I'm a resident of Des Moines. I'll be speaking about the Barnes Creek Trail Extension, which is a part of the proposed Des Moines Creek Business Park West. I'm always pleased to hear President Mohammed speak about the commitment to stewardship of natural resources. I take that to heart. That's why, as a Des Moines resident, 2 different times I served on the Des Moines Parks Des Moines Parks Recreation and Senior Services Master Plan. And the most recent one, which was 2016 to 21, included mention of the fact, for a second time, in my experience, that we were expecting that Barnes Creek Trail Extension to be part of our parks system. A year later, the city manager moved in a different direction, and as you all probably know, that city manager is no longer with the city. Most recently, in planning for in a survey response to our comprehensive plan for the 20-year comprehensive plan, the most comments the city of Des Moines got, and they were really pleased with just the turnout of the surveys, responsive surveys. The most comments people got were, we want to preserve our green space above anything else, above public safety even. So I want the commissioners to be aware of that. It seems sometimes like the port staff is dedicated to that economic development framework, and you, our commissioners, are the people who are going to, it's up to you to keep us safe. As a longtime Des Moines resident, I have 2 very serious health issues, despite having lived a very virtuous life, and I would probably attribute that to living underneath the approach to the second runway. I was really disheartened to see Dave McFarland on his way out the door fist bump the developer of the Panettone with regard to your agreement to agree to pay the city of Des Moines for that street step. I'm against it. We want this parkland to remain parkland and turn it back to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, for your comments. Clerk Hart, please call the next speaker.
Yes, our final sign-up today is from Joshua Welter. Joshua, if you could please repeat your name for the record and your topic. Thank Thank
you, Commission President Mohammed and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Joshua Welter with Teamsters Local 117. I wanted to congratulate the port on the success of the ADR marketing program. I read the presentation that you're going to receive the materials with great interest, and congratulate you on the success, and encourage the port to build on that success for airport taxis as well. One thing I wanted to draw attention to you all in your briefing packet on the one of the alternatives, one of the non-recommended alternatives, which would not move forward on ADR marketing, is alternative 1, and it's non-recommended. And one of the cons that was listed here is that option would limit the visibility of smaller businesses that do not have the collective buying power for large-scale marketing compared to the larger businesses. And I think that equity analysis is well placed, and I think also applies to considerations of building on the success of ADR marketing for taxis who are all immigrant owner-operators of their small businesses. So thank you for your consideration and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Joshua, for those comments. Clerk Hart, do we have any additional speakers?
There are no additional speakers signed up. If you want to call for anybody from the room.
Very good. Yeah. Is there anyone else present on the Teams call or present in the room today who did not sign up but wishes to address the commission? If so, please do state your name at this time and your agenda topic. I'll pause. Hearing none at this time, are there any written comments? Clerk Hart, could you provide us with a synopsis of those comments if we have any?
Thank you, Madam Commission President. We do have one written comment received today. This has been previously distributed to the commissioners via email, so you do have that. This is from Kathy Casey, ADR tenant and co-founder of the Small Business Action Committee, who writes to lend support to execute tenant marketing fund contracts, item 10A on today's agenda. She notes that the programs really add to the retail and dining experiences for passengers at SEA. She further notes the importance of the concessionaire supplemental expenditures fund as especially beneficial to small, minority, and women-owned businesses who want to do unique and local food and beverage promotions but don't have the full-time marketing department or extra marketing funds. And that concludes our written comments received today.
Thank you so much, Clerk Hart, for that synopsis and for sharing that. So hearing no further public testimonies, we will move forward in our agenda. And just for the listening public, all commissioners are participating virtually today. We do have a number of our commissioners who are traveling, and having our commissioners be virtually was the best way for us to manage our meeting and just streamline the decision-making process. And it does make it a little easier for our staff to provide presentation. It gives us additional flexibility. But I just do want to thank everyone who came in person today and provided public comment. We appreciate your comments and take them very seriously and appreciate your engagement. With that said, I will move us along to the next item on our agenda, which is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered routine and will be adopted by one motion. Items removed from the consent agenda will be considered separately immediately after the adoption of the remaining consent agenda items. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda items that are covering items number 8A, 8B, and 8C. Do I have a motion and a second for this?
So moved.
Seconded. Very good. Commissioners, please say aye or nay when your names are called for the approval of the consent agenda. Clerk Hart.
Thank you. Beginning with Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. 3 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
Very good. The motion passes. So we have 2 new business items on our agenda. Executive Director Goon will introduce the item, and then we'll get into the presentation. You have the floor, Director Goon.
Let me go ahead and read that into the record first. Okay.
Go ahead, Clerk Hart.
Thank you. This is item 10A, authorization for the Executive Director to execute multiple contracts over the next 10 years in support of the airport dining and retail program, including marketing and advertising, in-terminal entertainment and cultural connection activations, Sound of SEA music program, mobile ordering platform along with the associated hardware, and concessionaire supplemental expenditures / contracts, and to approve funding for the contracts from the Tenant Marketing Fund in an amount up to $29,500,000 and port funding through the Airport Development Fund in an amount up to $6,500,000.
Thank you. Commissioners, revenues generated from our airport dining and retail program account for nearly 20% of non-aeronautical revenue in 2023. The Airport Dining and Retail Tenant Marketing Fund was established in 2005 to help promote and market the overall ADR program into an award-winning program that it is today. Today's request is to execute multiple contracts to support this initiative and continue efforts like our Sounds of SEA music program, in-terminal entertainment and cultural activities, mobile ordering, and many more. Joining us today is Jeff Wolf, Director of Aviation Commercial Management. Jeff? Hopefully.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Commission President Mohammed, Commissioners, Deputy Executive Director Goon. Hopefully my network stays steady here, but I apologize in advance if it doesn't. As mentioned, I'm Jeff Wolf, Director of Aviation and Commercial Management at SEA, and joined today by my colleague, Kalia Moore. Kalia is the Assistant Director of Airport Dining and Retail, or as we call it, ADR, a group within our commercial management team at SEA. If we can go to the next slide, please. Commissioners, today we are excited to be with you to discuss the marketing and advertising associated with our dining and retail program at SEA. Specifically, we're seeking your authorization for 2 items. Number 1 is to be able to continue contracting with various service providers as part of the dining and retail program for a period of up to 10 years. And number 2 is to be able to spend money from a tenant marketing fund as well as additional port funds associated with the contracts. In just a moment, Kalia will provide you more details about the tenant marketing fund, including its history as well as information about the marketing contracts in support of the dining and retail program. But before that, I'd like to give a special thanks to certain groups and individuals. First, I'd like to thank you, Commissioners, for your ongoing support of the dining and retail program. The award-winning program, and note you'll hear more about that in just a moment from Kalia, offers a truly unique and incredible experience for the traveling public, and of course is a major source of revenue for businesses within the program and the port itself. You last approved this same authorization in 2019, and today we seek your support. Second, I want to thank the tenants within the program, some of whom you've heard from today in testimony. We're extremely proud of the partnerships that we have formed with many ADR tenants at the airport, and we're very fortunate to have them at SEA. And last but definitely not least, I'd like to thank the entire dining and retail team within commercial management, including Kalia and her staff. You may not be aware, but this is an award-winning team itself. In the spring of this year, the prominent airport industry group, Airport Experience, or AXN as it's known, awarded the SEA team as the best commercial team in North America. Again, the best commercial team in North America. Pretty impressive. Remarkable accomplishment and extremely well-deserved. Way to go, Kalia and team. Commissioners, with authorization of today's request, you'll be enabling staff to continue to work with ADR tenants on marketing and advertising initiatives that truly elevates the traveler's experience at SEA. As you know, we have a lot going on within the ADR program at the airport. Some items of note: the completion of the North Concourse renovation, an amazing new concept as part of that development. The renovation and grand reopening of Sea's Central Terminal area. the upcoming duty-free expansion on Concourse A and the future South Concourse, Concourse C expansion project, or CCE, set to open in 2026 in anticipation of the World Cup coming to Seattle. The new food incubator program. It's similar to our established retail incubator program, approved by you, the Commission, earlier this year and scheduled for opening next year on Concourse B in the Central Terminal. And last, and looking a little bit further out into the future, the renovation of the South Concourse and new ADR opportunities in duty-free that will become available as part of that project. As you can see, a lot happening within ADR and highlighting the need for a continuation of a robust marketing strategy. Again, we appreciate your consideration of this item, and I strongly recommend approval today. I will now hand it over to Clea, and she'll walk you through additional details about the marketing program and the authorization itself. Clea, over to you.
Okay, so I hope you can hear me because I just lost connection a second ago, so I hope it came back. Okay, great. So good afternoon, Commissioners and Deputy Executive Director Goon. Okay, so next slide. Thank you so much. Just a little bit more about the history of the Tenant Marketing Fund. The Tenant Marketing Fund was, which I'll refer to throughout this presentation as TMF, was established in 2005, and that was at a time in which the Port ended the master concessionaire contract with Host. At that time, businesses were able to enter into an agreement with the Port directly to operate new dining and retail locations throughout SEA. The fund was established specifically to help promote the offerings, quality, and variety throughout the new dining and retail program, and is an industry standard throughout the country. Next slide, please. Some of the details on how the Tenant Marketing Fund operates. ADR tenants pay directly into the fund based on the terms of their leasing concessions agreement. Non-incubator locations contribute 0.5% of their gross monthly sales per unit, up to $30,000 annually. Intermediate incubators, which are formerly known as kiosks, contribute 0.25% of gross monthly sales, up to $15,000 annually. And introductory incubators contribute a one-time fee of $250 into the TMF. Combined, ADR tenants average an annual contribution of approximately $2 to $3 million into the TMF. This has had some variation as locations have opened and closed throughout the years. The TMF revenue and spend are managed by the ADR staff and are reviewed by regular meetings with the ADR tenants marketing committee. Next slide, please. Some of you may ask, what are the benefits of a programmatic marketing as opposed to a category or individualized specific marketing process? And the reality is there are strength in numbers. Programmatic marketing allows for a holistic awareness of the entirety of the program. Customers never attribute their airport experience to one thing. So it really allows us to target our communications in a more comprehensive way. There is synergy with how marketing translates across a multitude of platforms, and it's consistent with how we track it. We track a variety of metrics, and when we do programmatic marketing, we focus on a wide scale with multiple touch points and allows that to be captured and recaptured to really ensure complete coverage of demographics that target not just our most frequent travelers in a variety of different ways, but focus on specific types of marketing so we don't miss out on travelers who would typically engage with an ad, but may not engage with an ad specifically on when you target a certain type of category only. So for instance, if you only do food advertising, if someone's looking for if someone's engaging with something specifically because they're only thinking about airline tickets, they're not going to think about food necessarily. So we don't want to only focus on one type of thing at all given time. Additionally, fair market values for a lot of marketing efforts can be really out of reach for many businesses. And with the rising cost of doing business in general, ancillary costs associated with marketing can be really hard to allocate additional funds for. However, with the structure that we have, the cost is already part of the operating costs associated with businesses within the ADR program. So it allows for businesses to benefit from the program really regardless of their size. This program has provided amazing benefits that have included a full-scale website, a mobile ordering platform, professional photography with copyrights that can be used inside and outside of their spaces, and much more. Lastly, this ensures brand alignment with the marketing when there is an established brand, like the ADR brand, the SCA brand, and the Port brand all have. It's key that individual marketing efforts can lack the desired effect when there isn't brand recognition. Additionally, they can misuse things like logos associated with the airport or the port, and there's an assurance that the messaging can remain intact while promoting the concepts and categories throughout the program appropriately. Next slide, please. As Jeff mentioned, we do have industry awards associated with our program as well and our marketing efforts. And I really wanted to highlight some of those industry accolades that our program has received over the years. Some of these awards specifically are for campaigns that we've won. Well, as Jeff mentioned, we have won the Best Commercial Management Team this year, which was enhanced by some of our program efforts, such as the rebranding of the ADR program, as well as launching the Explore SCA website. Before I move forward, are there any questions specifically on what we've talked about so far?
I do.
I think you, Commissioner Hasagawa, do you have a question?
I'm happy to hold until the end if you prefer, Madam President.
I think that would probably be easier, but if you have a burning question, you're welcome to. Proceed.
Okay, great. Okay, so we can jump into the questions regarding the contracts. And so one thing that's really important to note, as Jeff mentioned, all the contracts that we're about to talk about, we're requesting approval to execute contracts over the next 10 years. However, the individual contract terms are for much shorter durations, ranging from one-time purchase orders to a maximum of 5-year term. Next slide, please. The first up is internal entertainment and cultural activation. Here are a few photos just to refresh your memories of some of this year's events. And so you'll see our Lunar New Year celebration, our Eid celebration, and just recently our World Chocolate Day. Now, these events are key not just to creating a sense of place and belonging for our customers and employees, but by celebrating various holidays for many cultures throughout the year, but also by promoting the amazing offerings within the ADR program. Just 2 weeks ago, we hosted World Chocolate Day, which highlighted 4 of our chocolatiers and confectionaires within the program: Dilettante Mocha Cafe, The Confectionery, Seattle Chocolate, and Natalie's Candy Jar. All activations include elements of surprise and delight for the public, which range from tasty treats to music, but our cultural events also include an educational element that really highlights the importance of the holiday, and we look forward to continuing to bring these throughout the remainder of the year. Next slide, please. This contract currently is funded 100% through the Tenant Marketing Fund and is 100% WIMBY. There is a 2025 aviation budget request to share this contract cost between the Port and the Tenant Marketing Fund. Next slide, please. The Sounds of SCA Music Program. This is our long-standing award-winning music program and is an amazing passenger amenity. The increased dwell time is also key within areas that lend itself to increased dwell time at ADR locations as well. It is a truly important and amazing aspect of what we offer here within the airport. Next slide, please. This program has been supported by both the Port and the TMF since the inception in 2012, and this contract currently is 100% WIMBY, and the contract term is a maximum of 5 years. Next slide, please. I wanted to provide some examples of programmatic marketing and advertising in action. The activations that you see on this slide are digital advertising in terminal on the Clear Channel displays, which are located on both ends. In the middle, the ad at the top is one that has ran on digital advertising through multiple web pages and sites. And at the bottom middle, that is our Explore SCA website, which has also won awards for rebranding of the program itself. Next slide, please. These types of contracts are purchased on an annual basis, and are based on fair market value. Now, they can be negotiated in advance in some cases, but they typically range about 1 to 2 years, and these are 100% funded by the Tenant Marketing Fund. Next slide, please. The mobile ordering platform. Now, this was launched back in 2020 and is a great customer amenity, allowing for pre-ordering functionality and capturing potential walk-off dollars when lines are too long or passengers are running late. We have had really good success with this now, but the technology has changed, and it continues to change and advance over the time. Next slide, please. This, while we currently have a singular platform, we're looking to maintain one, and that's a key component for us. A lot of our tenants have a variety of different mobile ordering capabilities, but we find that that really is the best customer experience for us. And so we want to ensure that we have one singular platform that really just allows for customer ease as well as expanding for efficiencies overall. As it continues to evolve, we want to make sure that we have a contract term that's about 2 years with a 1-year option to allow for that flexibility. Currently, there is no WIMBY participation on this contract. However, there is a great opportunity for WIMBY participation as well as small business opportunity for the contract that would be new. This also is solely funded by the Tenant Marketing Fund. Next slide, please. Concessionaire supplemental expenditures. These expenditures can support all types of other activities, whether they are small events that we look to do, signage, photography, videography, all types of special activations that we may do that are very smaller in nature, but one-time purchases. These may be purchase orders or things of that nature that just come up that really hone in on not large-scale events, but really small targeted events that really just focus on promoting a certain type of tenant or a certain category of tenant, or really just maybe rentals associated with a larger event that we want to put forth. And these are key pieces that are more so one-time activations or one-time purchases as opposed to large-scale contracts. Next slide, please. This is where we have another large opportunity for WIMBY and small business participation, and these are also 100% TMF funded. Next slide, please. And finally, we have our funding chart that breaks out a holistic view of the not-to-exceed contract dollars over the 10 years of each of the contracts that we went over today. Thank you so much for taking your time, and I welcome any additional questions that the commissioners may have at this time.
Thank you so much for that presentation, and this program is definitely an outstanding program. We totally understand why it's an award-winning program and do appreciate all of the hard work that goes into it. At this time, I will open it up for questions from my colleagues, and I believe Commissioner Hasagawa, you had a question.
Sure. So on slide 4, can we turn to that, please? It's you have here that the marketing program revenues and expenditures are managed by the ADR staff within the Aviation Commercial Management Department. So how do the payees who are paying into the program, do they have any say over what kind of advertisements are happening?
So they actually they've hired a marketing consultant, and the consultant puts together an entire package of ad buys and things of that nature for them to review. And so they review those at a regular meeting, and that's what moves forward every year.
At a regular internal meeting as an association, as representatives of the different businesses, or at a meeting with the ADR Tenant Marketing? Oh, so who are members of the ADR Tenant Marketing Committee?
Yes, so it's open to all ADR tenants, and the tenants have decided who they'd like to have as a part of it. So they receive that annually, and they've identified who they'd like to have as a part of it as a representative from their organizations. And then they come to that on an annual basis, and they go through that entire marketing plan with their hired consultant.
Okay, in consultation with staff.
With ADR, yep.
And then what are other uses of that? Is it for the very narrow use of advertisements specifically, or I'm seeing also there's some promotional events like the chocolate stand. This commissioner would have loved, what did you call it, a sweet surprise? Is that what you
yeah. No. We had lines of people for World Chocolate Day. People were lined up. Because there was a lot of chocolate given out. About $5,000 worth of chocolate was given out to passengers and customers alike. And it was very Willy Wonka themed. It was actually really fantastic in both the North and Central Terminal. But yeah, so all of these things take place throughout that marketing fund and throughout the year. We have surprise and delights events that take place throughout. Also, like for instance, last year you may have seen the holiday program. All of those things take place throughout the year, celebrating, and this increases dwell time, it increases engagement with passengers, and this is the key component with that marketing fund. It's not just about one activity, it's about all of the activities that increase the time, the dwell time within certain areas of the airport that really engage passengers with what's around them. And also, that's one of the key components with why the tenants support the music program. Because as passengers are in those general areas, we have found that the increased dwell time of passengers in those general areas actually gets people more engaged with what's around them. And they say, oh, well, there's a Sub Pop here. Oh, there's a Coach here. Well, let me go and spend some time shopping. This is actually what we have found to turn over, and that's the feedback that we've gotten from our tenants and why they continue to support adding more money into the music program as well. So that's what we continue to do throughout the year.
And then does any tenant have the option to decline to participate, or is it pretty much folded into the terms for all EDR tenants?
It's folded into the terms of lease and concessions agreement. So everyone participates throughout the process.
Everyone does, regardless of size. And they'll contribute 0.5%, but not to exceed $30,000.
Yes, so depending on the type of contracts they have. So if they're non-incubators, they have the 0.5%. If they're the intermediate, they have the 0.25%. And if they are an introductory incubator, then they have the $250 one-time fee.
Yeah. So I see how this is such like a critical component of supporting the customer experience also. It seems it's really holistically like the right thing to do. And I think of the customer experience ribbon and how walking through the airport is a big piece of that, but so is how they're getting to the airport and how they're leaving the airport. So has something like this been considered for ground transportation?
So I'll jump in there. Thanks, Commissioner. So yeah, the short answer is yes. As you're aware, in last year with the establishment of the taxi pilot or the taxi program that was approved by Commission, one of the elements of that was to explore marketing alternatives. We have explored alternatives. We have some limitations when we talk about the collection of funds from taxi drivers to be held by the port or to be remitted to a third-party organization when it's a single line of business. So one of the reasons that the tenant marketing fund is successful is because it's programmatic, as Kalia talked about, and it encompasses the entire dining retail program. The challenge with ground transportation is that we can't focus it on one service provider. What is a possibility, and that we have started to explore, is an entirety of ground transportation. So whoever is within our program, taxis, TNCs, rental cars, shuttles. So we are looking at that. That causes or poses its own challenges in terms of being able to collect from all of those entities, but it is something we're exploring. So we are exploring other options as well. So we do have an advertising partner in Terminal Clear Channel, and we're able to offer, in conjunction with Clear Channel, discounted rates to tenants, including taxi providers and others. So that's one option. The other option is with our external relations group. So just our, I'll call it typical outreach through social media, other media outlets. We could do a ground transportation info, you might say, to the traveling public that could highlight service providers such as taxis or TNCs. So there are other options, and we continue to explore those, with our ground transportation providers.
Okay, it's good to know that that you're having conversations with them. That's interesting. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. No further questions.
Thank you for your questions, Commissioner Hasagawa. Jeff, if I could just ask if you could elaborate on maybe just providing timelines on that last question that Commissioner Hasagawa asked you regarding ground transportation and the discussions. Is it possible that something will come before commissioners on that, or is that something that staff is there any timelines that you could possibly share?
Certainly, thanks for the question, Commissioner. The timeline on work with our advertising partner is really open and fluid, depending on the interest of whatever operator might want to do that. We certainly can talk with you, the commissioners, the commission office, in terms of what sort of involvement or authorization might come or might be required for that. In some sense, it's just a business reaching out to an advertising partner to do advertising, and if they're willing to spend that money, that's kind of normal run of business. But there could be a more programmatic effort that we put together. So as mentioned, and I want to thank Joshua from the Teamsters that commented today. As part of our taxi program, we do meet regularly every month with Joshua and the drivers to talk about these sorts of issues. And so, if we put a plan together that requires commission authorization, we could come before commission this year. We just have to see what items might trigger an authorization request versus maybe just a briefing, if that's what the commissioners desire, versus just normal run of business. So those are items that we continue to work through. So hopefully that helps answer your question somewhat.
That does. I no longer serve on the aviation committee, and so it's always nice to know what's going on there and to get little bits of updates and hear what's coming next. I appreciate that. I did have one other question related to this amazing program with the ADR tenants. The new mobile ordering platform, has the delivery been successful in that? Do we see other airports doing the same thing? What is that looking like?
Mobile ordering has been very successful. We did have some downtime that as we had some tenants who've gone under construction or done some midterm refurbishments. And so bringing them back on, our contract has come to an end, and so we're in a month-to-month maintenance. So that's why we are looking to re-execute, but we're currently at a point where we can't execute a new contract currently. And so we need to go back out for an RFP for a new operator. And that's where we're here today, to get approval to be able to move forward with putting out a new RFP for. But as far as delivery outside of that, that's part that has been something that we had at one point in time and went away during COVID, and it hasn't come back. That one has been much bigger challenge, maintaining staff as well as really being able to identify how that model works. Very few airports have a delivery model, and that has been, and those few that do are fully funded. The delivery itself is fully funded by the airport, where they're covering the entirety of the cost of maintaining the staff as well. And so that has not been the position that the tenants have felt that has really had a big return. The mobile ordering on its own has been pretty solid. So we don't see that being as the immediate thing that we want to have come back, but we have looked into potentially partnering with some other avenues through our innovation team to maybe look at some robotic options and things of that nature. Once we get that back up and running, that's where we really wanted to lean into those opportunities for WIMBY participation and small business participation as we grow that mobile ordering capability as technology continues to evolve over time.
Got it. No, that's really helpful. Commissioner Cho, do you have any questions?
Can I just ask a point of clarification, Koya? So I know that the mobile ordering system's up, but are we still doing the delivery to the gates portion of that service?
No, we can't do. We don't have delivery to the gates anymore. that company actually
Okay, so
is
it's just,
really minimal, and they've really minimized their business altogether.
so it's just pickup, essentially,
It's just pickup
at the, okay.
at the locations, yes.
Okay. Thanks
But
for
we're
that
hoping to reestablish it with more of that robot component as opposed to maybe a physical person, since it's been a struggle to maintain staff for them, and their model itself has been fully funded by the airport.
Well, I may know of a company that might be helpful for that, so we should, I'll reach out to you separately.
Fantastic.
Commissioner Cho always has an idea and a recommendation.
We could use
I love
more
that.
ideas and recommendations.
Right, and Kalia, maybe for the listening public, at times I'm sure my colleagues also have constituents who reach out about, for instance, the music program, how they can participate in it. They want to showcase their artwork. They want to be able to play inside of the airport. Do we send them to you? How do they get in contact and get plugged in?
You know what? I will actually send a direct contact to Clerk Hart to add to the notes. There is a direct contact that we have for our gig manager that they can contact and become a part of that of their company as far as their set list, and do an audition with them and become a part of that, because we're always looking for more acts to add. So that would be fantastic if there are people who are interested, and we'll make sure to get their direct contact information to Clerk Hart.
Wonderful, that's great. All right, are there any additional questions at this time or comments? Again,
I'm wondering if we should formally refer the item of advertising and ground transportation to committee and see if we can formally take that up.
I have no issues with that. Should we, Clerk Hart, do we want to do that at the end during committee referrals, or is that something that we can take up now?
Thank you, Madam Commission President. I'm going to go ahead and defer to Commission Chief of Staff, Aaron Pritchard.
Yeah, we can go ahead and refer it to committee now, but I will note that it's generally covered under the sort of charter of that committee as is. But as an issue, it might just be worth the sort of public referral.
And that doesn't have to wait, Commissioner, till the end of the meeting. That can happen now if you like. We'll just need a motion to refer that over.
Commissioner Hasagawa, do you want to make the motion?
Been moved.
Can I get a second? Great, the motion has been made and seconded. Clerk Hart, could you call for the vote?
Sure. For referral of this item to committee, beginning with Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. And just to clarify, that's referral for ground transportation over to committee for a program as well, like this. So that's 3 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
Advertising for transportation.
Thank you. Advertising for ground transportation. And then do we want to get a main motion on the floor for this item for approval of 10A, Madam Commission President?
Yes. Is there a motion and a second to approve
I
item
move
10A?
that we approve item 10A.
I'll second.
Great. The motion has been made and seconded. Commissioners, are there any further discussions for item 10A at this time? Hearing none, again, I want to thank both Jeff and Kalia for coming and presenting today. I know we took another vote to make a committee referral, but I definitely want to just say that this is a great program. It shows it's a great example of teamwork, collaboration. I am really proud of the work that you all do and the many ways that you support our ADR partners. You are a great example for even other programs and other ideas at the Port of Seattle. And so just want to say thank you for that work that you do. With that said, we do have the motion and the second. Clerk Hart, please call the roll for the vote. Commissioners, please say aye or nay when your names are called.
Thank you for approval of item 10A, beginning with Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. 3 ayes, 0 nays for that item.
Wonderful. The motion passes. Clerk Hart, please read the next item into the record. That is item 10B, and then Deputy Executive Director Goon will then introduce the item.
Thank you. This is item 10B, authorization for the Executive Director to advertise and execute a service agreement for design and engineering services for the Airfield Capital Improvement Program with a combined value not to exceed $28 million, to authorize design and preparation of construction documents for the 2026 to 2030 Airfield Program at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, to procure long lead material items, to enter into agreements with the Federal Aviation Administration and or other public agencies for the evaluation of impacts, protection and or relocation of utilities, and performance of flight checks, and to approve the use of a project labor agreement for each year's construction contract for a total request in the amount of $71 million of a total estimated program cost of $400 million.
Commissioners, these multi-year programs continue to ensure airfield pavement and utility assets are managed in a safe and effective fashion. Maintaining this infrastructure is critical and essential for airport operations. Today's request for design and engineering services is the first step in development of the next 5-year program. Later this year, we will request construction authorization for the last phase of the previous program. Next year, we will request construction authorization for the first phase in the new program. I want to give special thanks to the great work of the aviation finance team who have been incredibly successful in securing federal grants for these projects. With us today is Robert Kokillis, Airport Operations Development Manager, Airfield Operations, and Minchi Wu, Capital Programs Leader, AV Project Management.
Thank you, Deputy Executive Director Goon and Commissioners. Again, I'm Robert Kokillis, Airfield Operations Manager at the airport. And if we go to the next slide, please. I'm just going to give a very high overview and then let Munchie and Eze take it away from there. So we are asking for $71 million, in essence, for the design of the next 5-year airfield program, the 2026 to 30 program, which really consists, or can be broken down into 2 big categories. One is regulatory, making sure we meet all the FAA regulations. But also is renewal replacement of old and undersized utilities that are failing here on the airfield as things continue to age. Really, the whole program can be boiled down to one word, and that's safety. Failing utilities do not lead to a safe airfield, and certainly not meeting FAA requirements for regulatory systems also does not lead to a safe airfield. So we always want to make sure we're on top of those and even exceeding those. So it's really a safety effort, the next 5-year program. And with that, I'll turn it over to Munchie, I think is next, and then Eze.
Thank you, Rob. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Deputy Executive Director Goon. My name is Munchie Wu. Together with me is Eze Dioguba, and we are with our Aviation Project Management Group. As Rob introduced, our agenda item today is for 2026 through 2030 Airfield Program. We are requesting for authorization for full design, advertisement, and execution of design engineering services contracts to support the program, procurement of long lead materials, enter into agreements with the FAA and or other public agencies as required, and also inclusion of PLA for each year's construction contract. As Rob mentioned earlier, the 2026 through 2030 program is a continuation of the current 5-year program to renew and replace aging and failing aircraft, pavement, utilities, and supporting infrastructure to ensure safe and efficient aircraft operations at SEA and also meet FAA regulatory requirements. Next slide, please. Thank you. This slide lists the main scope items for our next 5-year program. Replacement of distressed lighting circuits with low mega reading, replacement of aging airfield pavement and critical utilities, removal of turf, edge dams, installation of anti-perching devices, and ponding mitigation for wildlife hazard management. runway renumbering from 1634 to 1735, replacement of a tilted wall within the runway 16 left safety area, and replacement of flash fire hydrant access hatches around the airfield. Next slide, please. Here are some examples of aging pavement utilities and supporting infrastructure. And you can also see a picture here to show the tilted wall within the runway 16 left safety area, and also some photos of the plumbing issues that we plan to address as part of this next 5-year program. Next slide, please. The following several slides present overview for each year's planned construction scope. A preliminary construction phasing plan was developed mainly based on location and impacts. Scope items with overlapping work area and impacts are planned to be combined into same construction contracts to minimize operational impacts during construction. As shown here in this slide, in 2026, the plan is to complete all the associated scope items that are located within the runway safety area for runway 16 center, as shown here as a blue box, to utilize the runway closure. We also plan to replace a portion of the distressed lighting circuit located at Taxiway Bravo, and also some asphalt pavement replacement along the vehicle service road and also around the cargo areas. Next slide, please. Similar in 2027, we'll be moving to the runway safety area for 16 left. This is also the year we plan to replace the tilted wall that's located within the runway safety area of 16 left. Next slide, please. In 2028, we'll be moving to Taxiway Tango. Again, the plan is to finish all the associated scope within the object-free area of this taxiway. This is also the year we plan to renumber all the runways from 1634 to 1735 prior to the planned publication date by the FAA. Next slide, please. In 2029, we'll be moving to runway 16 right and finish all the associated scope items. Next slide, please. And in 2030, we'll be moving over to Taxiway Bravo and again finish all the associated scope items within the OFA of this taxiway. This is also the year we plan to replace all the failing flash fire hydrants that are located around the North Concourse, as highlighted here in yellow area. With that, I will turn over to Eze to share program schedule and budget.
Thank you, Manchi. My name is Eze Ndraguba, and good afternoon, everyone. As you can see from the table, and as mentioned previously, this commission ask includes design authorization for the full 5-year program. The key milestones for each year, as you can see, are similar. So beginning with the design, we're planning to start designing Q3, 2 years prior to the construction year, and then we'll be back to request for commission authorization for construction in Q4, a year prior to the construction year, and then during the construction year, we'll start construction in Q1 and complete construction by Q4. It's the area to use, and then this step will be repeated the following year for the entire 5-year program. Next slide, please. So on this slide, as mentioned earlier, we are requesting $71 million for the design and lead material procurements, and then the construction cost for the program is $329 million. And the overall, the total program cost is $400 million. Next slide, please. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and that information. I will now open it up to my colleagues for any questions towards the staff. Commissioner Hasegawa.
Thank you. So even though this is for a few years from now, this is not considered to be a SAMP project?
Yep, that's correct. That is correct. No SAMP work here.
Can you say that again, please?
I said no SAMP work. We're not doing any SAMP projects on this.
Okay, and is it that the pre-design phase and the pre-construction phase is not considered to be a part of the SAMP scope, or is that this entire project is not in the scope of SAMP?
None of this work is related to SAMP. This is all either regulatory, things we need to do to keep up with FAA regulations, or renewal replacement of existing facilities and infrastructure.
Okay. I think there's important distinctions for members of the public to understand what falls under the purview and what does not fall under the purview of SAMP, because it's not just projects of a certain size and a certain timeline, and those are important distinctions. So that might not be for your team, but it is for, I think, our external relations team, because we want to make sure that we are being transparent and educating the public to the best of our ability about the port operations and the upcoming SAMP. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Hasagawa. Commissioner Cho.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, team. Really appreciate all you do to keep our airport as in tip-top shape. Given that this project is one that is required from a compliance standpoint, are we able to or expecting any federal assistance from a financing standpoint on this project?
Yes, Commissioner Cho, we do expect or anticipate $40 million entitlement funds from the FAA, also with opportunities to receive additional discretionary funds throughout the 5-year term.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Cho. I also had just a couple questions regarding you in the memo that you presented. There's a couple of different alternatives that has been shared, and it's obviously clear that this project is needs to move forward in ensuring that we are in compliance. But I wanted to know, so if we didn't move forward, what are the FAA grants allocated with this program that would be lost?
So I'll start with sharing something from the pavement perspective. So as Rob shared earlier, for example, the pavement scope included in this next 5-year program are the highest priority areas, and which was also identified based on our annual pavement inspection as required by the FAA, which we call the Airfield Pavement Management Program. And we do need to follow that program to ensure actually receiving grants for any of our airport projects. So if we are not replacing the pavement scope that's identified as part of this 5-year program, so there's definitely a risk for us not to get any grants for our airport projects.
So it jeopardizes all of the airport dollars that we would get under the FAA grant programs. Am I hearing that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation and for the information that you shared so far. And I don't have any additional questions, but just want to say, obviously, this is a significant investment that supports, the basic elements of running, functioning well and safely. And so do appreciate you all bringing it forward. With that said, Commissioners, we can move forward with a vote on this item. Is there a motion and a second to approve item number 10B?
So moved.
Seconded.
Great. Clerk Hart, please call the roll for the vote. Commissioners, please say aye or nay when your names are called.
Beginning with Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Mohammed. Commissioner Mohammed, I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
That was an aye.
Thank you very much. 3 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
Great. The motion passes. Thank you all. All right, moving us over. Presentation and staff reports. Clerk Hart, please read the next item into the record, and then Deputy Executive Director Goon will introduce the item.
Thank you. This is Agenda Item 11A, the 2025 Central Services Preliminary Budget and Port-Wide Roll-Up Briefing.
Commissioners, following our budget retreat earlier this year and extensive discussion, today marks the beginning of our department and division-specific presentations, leading us to the final consideration of the Port's 2025 budget. As always, our decisions are rooted in our mission and values, effectively operating a vital aviation and maritime gateway, investing in infrastructure, advancing community programs, fostering regional economic and workforce development, equity, and supporting our workforce. The positive news is that our business lines are performing well and growing. However, in light of economic and political uncertainty, and although inflationary pressures appear to be normalizing, we must approach new programs, investments, and staffing decisions with careful consideration. Today's presentation on Central Services preliminary budget will illustrate how we aim to balance these challenges while remaining aligned with our core strategic priorities. We had a large number of new budget requests and made thoughtful choices about adding items based on a number of considerations, including reducing risk, enhancing capabilities, and supporting increased operational needs, to name a few. You will also notice that many of our priorities are also reflected in today's materials. You can expect similar content related to your budget priorities and subsequent briefings from the Economic Development, Maritime, and Aviation Division budgets as appropriate. Executive Director Metrick and I look forward to an engaging discussion as we refine these figures in preparation for our final review in November. With us today is Dan Thomas, Chief Financial Officer, and Michael Tong, Director of Corporate Budget, Finance, and Budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Executive Director Goon, and good afternoon, Commissioners. And we'll also be joined by Krista Sadler from ICT, who will be covering the ICT, the corporate CIP as well. So why don't we just jump in? So if you could move to the next slide, please. This is just a agenda for our presentation today. I'll be covering a number of topics. So next slide, please. So this is just a kind of an overview of our budget timeline, which is pretty consistent year over year. As you know, we pretty much begin our process in the second quarter with some of our preliminary planning. As was mentioned, we include a commission budget retreat. This was held in June of this year. And then we move into a lot of the budget development work during the summer. And now we're moving into the formal budget presentations and briefings starting today. We will have the operating budget presentations beginning on October 8th, Aviation and Maritime. And then later that month, on October 22nd, we'll come back with a presentation on the tax levy and the plan of finance. And then, of course, as we move into November, we'll be taking final action on the budget, on the final budget for the year. Next slide, please. This is just a visual of the high-level strategy to the budget process. You've seen this before. It really just takes us from the longer-term century agenda, sort of aspirational goals and how they're translated down into more detailed vision goals, of course, SWOT analysis, and driving them down into the more near-term objectives and KPIs, then forming the basis for individual business plans and budgets, just kind of a schematic of that overall process that you've seen before. Next slide, please. Karen mentioned some of the drivers and considerations. I won't go through all of these, but I'll mention just a few. Maintaining sustainable expense growth is pretty key for us. You know, as we came out of the pandemic, we had a couple of years of pretty significant expense growth as we added back resources from those several years of very constrained budgets. So we're trying to move into a world now where we're trying to keep our expenses roughly in line with our revenue growth. So that means trying to keep our expenses down in the single digits. I think we've been pretty successful in doing that this year. Obviously, investing in our workforce. And as you know, HR has got the compensation project work that's been underway for the past year and a half or so. I think what you'll see as we discuss this budget today, we are now making estimated impacts and have incorporated impacts from the pay equity piece, which is the final component of the compensation project, and you'll see some of that built into this coming budget. Of course, commission priorities alignment is very important for us to make sure that they get reflected in our upcoming budget. And then I'll really highlight focus on resiliency, and boy, are we focusing on resiliency right now, obviously with our recent cyber event and a lot of lessons learned as we focus on recovery and restoration of our IT systems following that. Really, a lot of these have come to fruition as we have built our budgets for next year. Next slide, please. Actually, if you can go 2 slides ahead. Central services departments provide a large number of really essential services, both to the 3 operating divisions at the port, as well as to the Northwest Seaport Alliance through service agreements that we execute every year as part of the budget process. And the departments of central services are vital to not only the success of the operating divisions and the alliance, but also to the general public, provide a lot of services. Departments in central services, including many of our traditional sort of administrative functions, but also non-traditional functions like police, of course, engineering and port construction service. And get allocated out to the operating divisions and also to the Northwest Seaport Alliances, or in some cases, their costs are funded by the tax levy, particularly for many of the community programs that we'll be discussing later in the presentation. I do want to point out, however, that this year, because of the cyber event and the fact that our PeopleSoft financial system is down, we normally use that system to actually run the allocations in a very detailed fashion out to the operating divisions. And with that system down, in order to maintain our schedule, we have had to and it's essentially an estimate of the allocations based have to make, so that when the divisions present will not be 100% accurate the way we normally do it. They're going to be based on estimates and operational in time for being able to actually run them the normal budget approval in November with the more accurate estimates or accurate calculations. It also holds true for the numbers that we had to provide for the Seaport Alliance. We had to base those on estimates of how we distribute those costs. But it's the best way, it's really the best alternative we had, given the fact that our PeopleSoft system is down currently. And we're hoping to have that back up, hopefully within the next several weeks, but we don't have a firm date on that yet. Next slide, please. So just to give you kind of an overview of how we actually go about building our budget, and I really want to emphasize that we kind of use a modified zero-based budget approach. So we don't just start with the 2024 budget and then just add to it every year. So it just builds in everything that's in the base, and we just can add to that year after year. So what we do is we start with the 2024 budget, then we make some adjustments. So first and foremost, we actually go through all of the items that were included in the 24 budget, though really were just one-time items. and that shouldn't be carried forward into future years. So we adjust those out. We have a very thorough process to adjust out those one-time items. Then we also have to adjust and annualize for any new FTEs that were added this year as part of the process that we went through last year. So typically new FTEs don't start in January. They start at different times throughout the year. So we have to true them up for a full year. So we annualize them, as well as any approvals that were made during the middle of the year. We have to annualize those. And then we have to adjust for any non-discretionary contractual increases. So if we have existing contracts, and as you know, with inflation, contracts typically go up year after year, we have to adjust for those. And then a new one this year that we've incorporated under new accounting rules, we call it out here GASB 96. There's been a change to how we treat certain software as a service, or the acronym SaaS. And these are typically cloud-based software systems where you purchase a subscription to those systems. And in the past, we expensed those systems. The accounting rule change, we now essentially capitalize those costs, so they no longer appear in our operating budget. So that actually provides us with some savings because they come out of the operating budget, they capitalized and then depreciated. So we've adjusted for that. And then, of course, we have to add in our payroll increase assumptions. So for the pay adjustments, as well as increase in healthcare costs, also get adjusted in. So those are sort of the adjustments that we make on top of the, starting with the baseline. Next slide, please. So looking at some of the key baseline budget drivers that we've incorporated into the 2025 budget. So in the first category of really workforce investments, so we've added in an assumption of a 5% average non-represented pay increase for next year. And then for our represented employees, those pay increases will be based on the negotiated contracts that they come up with, negotiating with the labor relations and their management. We've also incorporated an increase of about 6.6% of an increase in our port-sponsored healthcare benefit plans. So that's been built into our payroll assumptions for next year. And then for other payroll increases, I've mentioned that we have to annualize the payroll of any new FTEs that were added this year. We've got to annualize them on a full year basis. We've annualized the payroll of, there was one mid-year approval for an FTE added this year. Actually, it wasn't a new FTE, it was a transfer from aviation, but we've had to annualize that amount as well. And then I mentioned some of these non-discretionary contractual increases, like the accounting rule change, where we've capitalized some of those software as a service agreements. And then there's a number of cases where we have annual contractual agreements where costs have just gone up, most notably in our property insurance contracts. We've had some increases there, as well as ICT typically incurs some increases in software license and maintenance agreements, often go up year over year. Next slide, please. So this is just a high-level snapshot of the sort of the bottom line up front, if you will, of what the Central Services proposed budget will be for next year. The operating expense is $195 million for 2025, and that represents a $14.1 million increase, or 7.8% higher compared to the 2024 budget. And again, that reflects the adjusted baseline that I described. And then the new additions that we'll get into in the coming slides, which include 34 new FTEs, plus $3.1 million for the equity pay adjustments. As I mentioned, we're trying to incorporate the comp project impacts, and that does include $3.1 million that we've added to next year's budget to accommodate the equity pay adjustments that are expected to be finalized later this year, but that's the impact in 2025 of those adjustments. So Karen mentioned also, as we looked at sort of our criteria for adding new resources in 2025, and some of those key considerations include, as she mentioned, risk reduction. How can we mitigate risks? Clearly important to be able to increase or enhance the capabilities of our staff or process improvements. In a number of cases, there are new initiatives that we're pursuing. Near and dear to your own hearts, commission priorities, and we will be highlighting those throughout this presentation. And if we happen to miss any, please let us know so we make sure we cover them. And then just generally, as our businesses grow, increased operational needs, whether it's forecasted business activity, or as you know, with our growing capital investment program, increased construction activity is drawing the need for increased resources, and of course, just general cost increases, inflationary cost increases are some of the key considerations for new resources or increased resources. Next slide, please. So this is just kind of a helpful visual representation of the so-called waterfall chart, which starts at the top with our existing 2024 budget of $180.9 million, and then line by line we kind of illustrate the increases and decreases of how we get from there to our current budget. So if we can walk down through the lines. So starting with the 24 budget, we remove some of those one-time items. And just by the way, there are detailed slides in the appendix that actually shows all the details for these if you want to look at specifically what came out and what got added or adjusted. So we take out those one-time items. We add in the mid-year approvals, which really were pretty minor. We have those contractual increases that we really have little control over. And then we reduce it by those other adjustments, which I mentioned is primarily that accounting rule change that capitalizes some of those software as a service agreements. So that gives us this adjusted baseline, which you'll notice is actually less than the original 2024 budget by the order of magnitude a little over $4 million. And then we have to add back some of these adjustments. So non-payroll increases against some contractual adjustments. Add our payroll increase, as I mentioned, assumptions about pay increases and health benefit increases. Here also, as I mentioned, our assumptions about equity pay. So we've added, and these are just estimates that we've gotten from HR, an additional $3 million next year to cover the equity pay adjustments. And that's on top of $2 million that we budgeted this year for equity pay adjustments. And again, we'll have greater certainty on those later this year when they finalize this equity pay, this last phase of the comp project later this year. And then last but not least are the new budget requests, which we will be providing more information in the coming slides for the new FTEs and other budget adds of $7.3 million. So that's what gets us to the 2025 proposed budget of $195 million. So this is just more of a visual representation of how we get there. Next slide, please. So this just highlights sort of what was the requested budget requests, both in terms of FTEs, total dollar amount, and what was approved. As you can see on the chart on the left, we had 76 total new budget requests, so quite a few. We did approve with a cross-functional team that included participation by the operational divisions. We did approve 57 of those 76 requests. Then it further breaks it out between the O&M amount, payroll versus non-payroll. But then at the very bottom, we also highlight that there were 40 new FTEs requested, and of those, 34 FTEs were ultimately approved. Next slide, please. This chart just provides a visual representation of all the new requests by department. You can see which departments had the largest number of requests. I won't go through this in detail, but the next few slides we actually highlight some of the major new budget requests, so you'll get more information about what's behind some of the selected budget requests. And also there is full detail in the appendix on all of the budget requests, broken out and sliced and diced in different ways by different categories. So we have all that information in the appendix if you want to go into more detail. But the next few slides I'm going to cover just highlight some of the what we consider as the key budget additions. Next slide, please. So getting into some of the key major budget additions. So starting with police, and Chief Villa and his team, they're going to be providing a police department briefing following this one. So he can go into a little bit more detail on some of this. But I think first and foremost, I wanted to mention that as part of this new budget, they are proposing a reorganization for his department, which includes a number of factors. Probably the biggest one includes the creation of a new third bureau for the police department, which would build upon their existing Operation and Services Bureau and would create a new Special Operations Bureau. And this would include the moving some of the existing units into that bureau, as well as the creation of a new Homeland Security Division Emergency Services Unit. There would be a new deputy chief that would oversee this bureau. And the intent here is to really follow best practices to address some of the emerging threats in civil aviation. I think this bureau would actually be about 8 FTEs, new FTEs that would be part of that bureau, as well as, again, moving some of the existing units into that. And Chief Villa will, I believe, be talking a little bit more and go into a little bit more detail into his thinking behind that. So that is part of a new reorg that they are proposing as part of next year's budget. They are also proposing two new communications specialists in the 911 center, really just to keep up with the growing workload there. I think that they've had like a 30% increase in volume in that for dispatch. So they're really thinking they need more coverage there. So they're proposing 2 new FTEs in the communications center. And they're also proposing an additional police specialist that would help them meet the growing needs for public disclosure requests, particularly around the footage from the body-worn cameras that they're having a hard time keeping up with. So those are some of the key FTE additions they're proposing. Then some additional funding for firearms enhancements and training that they think will enhance safety in the department. And then also some additional funding to catch up. They feel they've been underfunded in terms of fully funding some of the needs they have with the K-9 unit. And a lot of that is simply renewal and replacement for existing equipment for the K-9 unit. And moving into the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and a lot of these really do align with commission priorities. $750,000 investment in Youth Maritime Career Launch Program. As you know, that program is actually scheduled to sunset by the end of this year based on the original commission directive. So I believe they're coming back next month for a request to extend that program. So this funding would be available for that program in 2025. And then additional funding for a new position in FTE, the Civil Rights Program Manager, which would support compliance for Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. And this position would work closely with the airport to ensure compliance. So that another one is aligned with commission priorities, I know. Also, as you know, the Language Access Program is poised for rollout more fully next year, so $100,000 has been budgeted to support that program. And then last but not least is $100,000 for the iBest pilot development program and partnership for the basic education and skills training for underserved youth. So money has been budgeted for that program in OEDI as well. Next slide, please. Looking at external relations, a number of key priorities there for the Commission as well. On the Dualis Valley Community Equity Program, two big components here. One would be the funding of a new FTE, a senior program manager for community outreach, to augment the staff that really the workload has grown, and they really feel they need another FTE to support that work, that community outreach. And they also have put in some additional funding to support direct compensation for the community volunteers now who are participating on the Port Community Action Team. And they've learned that we really need to, I guess they've gotten some guidance from the State Department of Employment Security that we need to compensate them directly, not through a consultant. So they're funding direct compensation for those team members. Additional funding, $125,000 for the South King County Community Impact Fund for capacity building. This would be part of a 3-year contract. This would come out of the South King County Community Impact Fund, continuation of that program. Additional funds to support the SEA communications and marketing related to the capital program, the Upgrade SEA program, very important to continue to build community support for the capital program at the airport and the importance of SEA to the community as we pursue growth in our infrastructure out there. And then some modest funding for continuation of state and federal grant writing opportunities. They've been working with a contractor. They still believe there are plenty of opportunities out there to pursue grant funding opportunities through a number of these infrastructure programs, and so they want to continue that program, and hopefully those grant opportunities will continue to be available here into the near future. And then finally, some additional funding for Fisherman's Terminal community outreach around their capital programs, including the Maritime Innovation Center and some other public amenities and art programs at Fisherman's Terminal. They feel it's important to do a lot of outreach around those programs. So those are some of the additional budget adds for external relations. On the environmental sustainability side, some key programs there. Some additional funding for research and project implementation to reduce Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. So they are envisioning this as part of a 3-year program that would target Scope 3 emissions. And this first phase for next year would be targeted at ground transportation in the maritime and aviation sectors. So they would be doing a lot of outreach and building programs focused on, again, ground transportation for aviation and maritime, looking at, whether it's employees, customers, tenants, the general public, and how they can push for new kinds of options rather than driving or electrification to reduce Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. And then, again, which I know is a Commission priority, is additional funding, or $300,000, to pursue advocacy at the state and federal level to develop policies to support the development and deployment of zero-emission maritime and aviation fuels. So a very important initiative for them. Next slide, please. Now we've got some initiatives for ICT and information security, and I want to sort of say at the outset, our budget review and decisions about funding for these two departments were done before the cyber incident. So we have had conversations with both of these teams and gave them the opportunity that if, as they're gathering information as part of these response and recovery efforts, if they have been able to identify any additional needs or gaps that they feel are important, that they would like to be able to revisit their budgets at this point, and we would be willing to entertain any changes to those. And I think their response has been, thanks, but we're so engaged right now. with the response and recovery efforts, we really don't have the time to really spend on and revisiting our budgets and coming up with new resources that we might need. But we have assured them that our processes are flexible enough that somewhere down the road, if and when the dust settles and they have the time to spend and take a look at, based on some of their lessons learned, if there are additional resources, whether they're FTEs, whether they're systems, whether it's software or systems or hardware, we are more than willing to entertain additional investments in their systems and their capabilities, and that can be done anytime mid-year. Steve has the ability to add resources during the year, so we didn't want them to feel they were going to be stuck with just the resources that they were approved. So we just wanted you to be aware of that. But the resources that were approved, ICT had an additional FTE approved to expand actually existing resources focused on artificial intelligence and machine learning. They actually have had that resource available for some years. This will augment that to continue to expand their efforts around AI and machine learning. They've already completed a bunch of pilot projects and making great progress. And then also they'll be funding some additional software from Microsoft. This will actually roll out the so-called Copilot for Office 365. This is new embedded AI into the Office 365 apps, including Word and Excel and PowerPoint. And this will give users the ability to tap into those tools to create content, to analyze content, basically tap into the capabilities of artificial intelligence that right directly into the Office suite of projects. Unfortunately, they're thinking of it initially as a kind of pilot project, so it's only going to be rolled out to about 10% of Port employees initially, and depending on how that goes, they can expand from there. And
Dr. Thomas?
Yeah.
Sorry to stop you. Could I ask just a clarifying question in addition to this? When you were talking about the FTEs as well, are we expecting new FTE requests to come from our CIT team? Considering the recent events that have happened, are they going to make additional requests?
Well, as I mentioned, they may. They don't have the bandwidth right now to really spend the time thinking about it. We did offer that up, but I think we all agreed that, when the dust settles on this, and we're going to have a much clearer sense of, what the lessons learned and where we may have gaps and where there may be advanced tools. And it may be tools or software, but it may be FTEs. And we've assured them that if and when they've had a chance to think some more about that, we are more than willing to entertain adding FTEs at any time. Doesn't have to be part of the budget process. We can do that mid-year if we need to.
That's really helpful. That's important. Thank you.
And then finally, two other FTEs, they'll be adding one that will be able to provide training and support and implementation of solutions. We've got a lot of great systems coming online. A lot of these software as a service, a lot of them are Microsoft platforms, whether it's SharePoint or Power Apps, and users are hungry to learn and to better leverage these tools. So bringing on a specialized resource that can help train and kind of drive improvements in these systems will pay a lot of dividends, I think, to allow us to better leverage those. And then for a while, they really felt they needed some more horsepower on the PeopleSoft side, a programmer, developer to support our PeopleSoft systems, because we only have one person right now, and they really need a backup in that role. And then moving on to information security, again, another FTE to support their staff there, and particularly the information security manager position, who's really getting to the point where her capacity to do everything she needs to do is she's becoming kind of overwhelmed and unable to discharge all of her duties, including supervising a lot of her staff. So this position will take some of the load off of her, including supervising staff and allow her to focus more on some of the strategic elements of information security. And that last position actually is a position that would support an existing staff member who supports the 9/11 systems down at the airport. It's a public safety specialist, tech specialist. So this is, again, there's only one position that has to support that 24/7 operation, and it's really just not sufficient, and there's not enough backup. So a second position to cover that. And the good news is both of those positions are eligible for reimbursement from King County, so that those essentially are paid for by King County. Next slide. And then just real quickly through here, CPO, as you know, handles all the contracting for the organization. Their workload has grown as contracting has grown. So they are proposing 3 new FTEs to support the growing procurement and contracting needs, particularly in the areas of, I believe it's environmental, technology, and construction are the 3 big areas that they've seen the largest growth. So some additional FTE support that work. And then they also want to undertake bring in a consultant and do a workforce analysis that will look not only on their staffing levels, but also their organizational structure to see if they are right-sized and how they might organize better for success into the future and continuous improvement. And then HR's got a number of initiatives. They want to bring in an additional FTE to help them with process improvements across their various processes within HR, which they think there's lots of opportunities looking at people, processes, and technologies. They want to bring in an additional senior investigation specialist in workplace responsibility to free up the manager to spend time more on programmatic and strategic elements of that program, and then some minor funding for a sort of an intake ticketing system. They get a lot of inquiries. I think it's like 4,000 a month with requests for information from both within and outside the port. Better way to track that, and then also some support for our outside onboarding system, or our recruiting system that would better be able to manage the onboarding of new employees, and then some minor funding to administer our COBRA program, and some funding for employee resource groups. And then last but not least, as you know, our capital program continues to grow, and engineering is proposing 7 additional FTEs to support the growth in the capital program. So just the highlights. That's not every new position. There's more detail in the appendix. And so I'll pause there before turning it over to Michael.
Great. Thank you for that presentation. It's always helpful information to have, and especially for the public to hear as the commissioners go through the retreat and we go through this process together. But this is an important part for the public to also be looped in and to have this information be transparent. Commissioners, are there any questions at this time? Commissioner Hasagawa?
Yes. Sure, Director Thomas, I'm wondering if part of the Port of Seattle Police Department's request includes funds for an updated records management system.
I don't believe it's a new request, and I believe Chief Villa is on the line. They may have something in their base budget, but I don't know if... I think there is a project for that system, and I know the ICT folks are on too, so...
I can jump on real quick. So Chief Mike B. with the Police Department. That's a capital improvement plan or capital project, and so we already have that budgeted, and we're in the process of basically starting to implement that now.
Starting to implement the new system, or starting to search for a new system?
No, starting to implement. We already went through the request proposal for request or request for proposals. We went through that whole process already. We have a vendor selected, and so we are getting both a new CAD and RMS system.
Yeah, okay, I thought so. Can I request a briefing on the RMS system, please?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. And the reason why I'm asking is just because, generally speaking, there's historically, not with the Port of Seattle proper, but just been questions and civil rights implications about the way data is captured, the way data is being used, the way data informs targeted strategies for policing hotspots and expanding definitions of hotspots. So I can take that offline into a separate forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hasagawa. Commissioner Cho?
No specific questions from me. Thank you, Dan and Michael, as always, for the great briefings on our budget and for keeping us liquid.
That is right. All right, we can continue with the presentation.
I have just a general question that I think is good to get the answer in public, but before us, I think just today, King County rolled out their executive budget. The city of Seattle is rolling out their version of the mayor's budget. We're hearing from other municipalities in the area about the tremendous deficit. If you talk to any of our partners at the state, they're staring down a tremendous deficit as well. Folks are going to be advocating for a no austerity budget. We just don't have that here at the Port of Seattle. And can you talk a little bit about that as to why, Dan, or Director Thomas?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. You know, one difference between the port, which is an enterprise fund, more like City Light, if you will, than a general purpose government. General purpose governments are required under state law to have a balanced budget. That means their source of revenues, which typically tax revenues of various kinds, has to exactly match their expenditures. So they look at what they project coming in from their various revenue sources, and their expenditures have to exactly match those. You know, for us, since we're an enterprise, our revenues typically exceed our expenses, and the result of that is a positive net income. It's more like a business, if you will. So we don't have those same kind of constraints that most general governments have.
The exception to that would be our levy, and we're really committed to making sure that that's instrumented as another tool in our budget, that we aren't using that as a regressive tax source, right? We are mindful about that in our approval process last year. And the other edge of that sword of being a special purpose government, and that, you know, we don't have the same issues, and we're not taxing the public the same way other governments are, is that we're mindful about the impacts, the other social impacts of some of the industries, and that's really where the meat of our conversations are. And I think that's been an interesting way to be able to plug in as a commission office as well into how we can influence progress within the industries themselves. So that's the difference between a special purpose government and general purpose government. And thank you for indulging.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Hasagawa. We can proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Deputy Executive Director Kuhn. I'm going to walk through the new FTE here. So this is a summary of the requested and approved new FTE by department for 2025. Most of the new FTE are really driven by the division growing business needs. This includes, for example, the police department, the engineering department, and the CPO that I mentioned a little bit earlier, and that represent most of the majority of the increase here. Another point I do want to make here is that, you know, while the 34 of the 40 requested new FTE seems very high, but it's also important to point out that the original requests were 57 new FTE, and 40 FTE was a revised number from the original requests after some review and discussion by staffs. So overall, I think the staff have been very prudent in terms of making the new FTE requests here. So next slide, please. Here's the 2025 proposed FTE summary. We start with the 2025 approved budget with 945.8 FTE, and we have one FTE transfer from the airport. We eliminated 4 apprenticeship positions in workforce development. we budget for the program for the past 2 years, but never able to implement it for a number of reasons. Here I'll try to emphasize that this is not or different from the construction per apprenticeship program, which we still have a $750,000 budget for next year. And then the other one is really so the 34 new FTE that we are proposing right now will get to the 2025 proposed budget of 976.8 FTE for 2025. Next slide, please. So here's a highlight of the 2025 proposed budget. Dan already mentioned a little bit earlier about the 195 million or 14 billion increase from the 2024 budget. And we look at that. When we look at the payroll side, the increase is 13.4 million or 9.6%. Ben also touched on the 5% average pay increase for performance, and then analyzed the new FTE that was approved in the 2024 budget in the baseline increased. And then we mentioned about the 34 new FTE earlier, and then also the 3.1 million increase in equity pay. So that really, the four factors that caused the payroll budget side increased. On the non-payroll side, the increase is 694,000 or just 1.6% compared to last year for the 2024 budget, excuse me. So it's really driven by the higher on-site consultant, higher insurance costs, and some other contractual increase, but also offset by speed that is related to the Gatsby 96 and also the one-time item in the 2024 budget. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the 2025 community program by activities. You can see the percentages for each of the activity from the pie on the left-hand side and some of the key program under the each of the category on the right-hand side. I would like to point out that you could find out a little bit more detail in the all the program in the appendix, slide 48 and 49 in the appendix. I also want to note that the airport sport advertising program, which is shown in the second bullet point under the economic development category, that number has been revised from 1.6 million here to 517,000 after some review in the last couple of days. But it was too late to make it to the PowerPoint here, so I just want to point that out. And by the way, the Spotlight program for the 2024 budget is just 466,000, so it's a little bit increase from the 2024 budget. And overall, the community program budget for 2025 is slightly under 20 million after adjusting the Spotlight advertising program here. So next slide, please. This chart shows the community program budget for the past few years. The key takeaway here is that the program have been growing steadily each year for the past few years. Next slide, please. So want to highlight that while we are doing our best to prepare and review the budget, there's always some uncertainty and budget risk. So we want to point that out. Those include slowing economic growth, the impact of the HR compensation project that I mentioned a little earlier, the ability to execute on a growing number of the program and initiatives, and also the full impact of the cyber incident. Still a lot of those. We do have some insurance, expect to cover some of the costs, but we still working on lots of detail, and the full impact still yet to be determined. Last but not least is the vacancy factor. We assume 5% in the budget as what we did for the past few years. but all depends on the staff turnover and the speed of hiring and and the overall job market in general. So certainly there's some uncertainty there as well. Next slide, please. So I would like to give you a quick summary of the 2025 equity spending for central services in the next couple of slides. So next slide, please. Here are the 2025 central service equity budget, budgeting spending highlights. Some of those are what you asked, such as the $750K for the Youth Career Launch Program, the Maritime High School, and some additional funding to fund the Duwamish Valley Community Equity Program, and also to continue to fund the Employee Resources Groups. Next slide, please. This chart really shows the 2025 ESEP spending by category. The green bars is the 2025 budget, and the blue bars for 2024 budget. As you can see, we are seeing most of the goal in each category except the community investment category, which is mainly due to change of the funding from $900,000 to $750,000 for the Youth Maritime Career Launch Program that you saw a little bit earlier. So we were not able to spend that last year, and probably did not. It's likely not this year as well. So we just right-sized it to $750K for the program next year. That's what we have for the proposed operating budget. Happy to answer any questions you may have. Otherwise, I turn it to Krista to go over the CIP for central services for youth.
Thank you, Michael, for presenting on that part. Appreciate it. Any questions from commissioners at this time? Okay. We can move forward with the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and Deputy Executive Director Goon. I'm Krista Sadler, and I'm in our ICT organization, the Director of Technology Development. Go to the next slide, please. So every year I get to report on the capital projects for central services because in ICT we have the bulk of it, but there are other organizations that do have some of the capital CIPs. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is that there will be a slide missing in here from what we usually do because this year, prior to the cyber event, we identified no new central services CIPs for 2025. Now, as Dan talked about earlier, we will reevaluate that as we move forward with the recovery phase. But prior to the event, we had identified no new capital. Plenty of work going on, though, and in addition to doing central services projects, we're also doing work for the operating divisions themselves as well. Next slide, please. So obviously there will be impacts to some of these projects moving forward, but because of the cyber event, but in different ways. So there are some that are likely to be delayed just because resources are focused on the recovery effort. But there are also some that are going to be moving faster because as we look to rebuild with new equipment, we're fast-tracking some of these projects to move forward faster than they would have. So that includes some of the equipment ones, the enterprise network refresh, the tier point SAN refresh, but also some of the business projects, so the ID badge system upgrade. And I think one that's not on here right now because we expected to be done by the end of the year, but that was the CAD and the police records management system as well. So those are ones that kind of in the theme of building back better, we're going to replace with the new systems as they are available. Next slide, please. So these are projects that were in our 2024 identified CIPs. These may experience some slowdowns more than others, and these are all for the business units themselves. So we'll likely work with them to determine the impact of some of those schedule delays. Next slide, please. And finally, the last one I'm going to talk about is our small capital project. And these are important these are kind of split between other organizations and ours in ICT, the tech infrastructure, the technology business applications, and enterprise GIS small capital. They're used for smaller efforts that are under the 300,000 limit for small capital. And we are finding some uses for this that we haven't in the past. With the rise of the software as a service model, a lot of our capital projects don't include licensing like they did before, so the actual implementation costs are lower. And so we're using these CIPs to do more than we have in the past because of that. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that we also use these for our continuous development. We do have applications that we developed within ICT, and we work with the business unit as they develop new requirements to make sure that those applications are up to date and reflect the requirements that they need to do their business. And some of those include like the contract data management system, which is used by CPO for contract administration, Vendor Connect that supports vendor outreach and procurement advertisements, and then a new one this year, the vessel moorage system, which supports all the marina operations. There's others as well, but those are the important ones, or they're not just the important ones, but those are some of them. I think that is the end of my capital. Is there anything else I can answer about that?
Any questions from commissioners? No, we'll continue to proceed then.
So I just want to share the remaining budget schedule for the next couple months, basically. We will have the operating budget, proposed budget briefing to you on October 8th. That's a special session in the morning for aviation and probably for maritime, and then also they finish the EDD budget briefing in the afternoon on the 8th, and then we will have the tax levy and job plan finance briefing to you on the 2 weeks after that, and we'll provide the proposed budget document to you on or by October 22nd, and then we'll try to make it available on the same day, at least post on the web. The website is available by then, and if not, we'll have some hard copy as required by law a couple of days later on the 24th. Also want to remind you that the Seaport Alliance budget adoption by the managing members will be on November 5th. And then we'll also introduce our own budget and the public hearing on November 12th. And then on the same day, you review the IRA for the Seaport Alliance. And then the adoption of the budget will be on November 19th, and then after that, we'll file the statutory budget with the county before the end of the month, before the end of November, and then we will release the budget document, final budget document to the public by the end of the first week of December. So that's the overall remaining budget schedule. So with that, I'll conclude our presentation. Thank you. And again, I do want to remind everyone that there's also slides in the appendix, so feel free to take a look and let us know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And thank you, Michael and Dan. You both have an excellent team, and you are all an award-winning team for a reason. Thanks for the financial stability that you bring to the Port of Seattle. And I also just want to take a moment to say thank you for the work that you guys all did this year in being out in the community, helping the community and the public understand how the Port of Seattle's budget works. I participated in many of those discussions, and it was educational for many people who participated. And so it's always good for us to keep folks informed. And so, again, thank you to your team. Commissioners, are there any final questions or comments? All right. Well, I will be moving us along. No problem. We have one more presentation, the Port of Seattle Police Department update and annual report. Deputy Executive Director Goon, would you like to introduce this next item?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. The performance of our Port of Seattle Police Department is a crucial component of our overall success as an organization, reflecting our commitment to safety and our values of equity, transparency, accountability, and customer service. We take great pride in having a mission-driven, values-oriented police department that continually adapts to new opportunities and challenges. Today, Chief Villa will provide an update on the department's progress across several areas, including recruitment and training, as well as our interaction with the public. We'll also hear about the department's efforts to implement the recommendations from the Port's Policing Task Force regarding the equity and civil rights, as well as their ongoing collaboration with 21CP for evaluation. Chief?
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioners, Commission President, Deputy Executive Director Goon, other Port staff and visitors. It's my pleasure to be here today to present the Port of Seattle Police Department annual report and update. And before I'm going to go off script a little bit, and just before going to the next slide, I just want to say, seeing Krista Sadler on just now on there, Krista, Matt Reed, Stephanie Warren, you guys rock. I mean, the work that you've been doing to help us get through this time has just been phenomenal, and I know it's been a lot of work, and I just wanted to say thank you to those teams that are doing that and helping to support us and get us back on our feet. Okay, now we can go to the next slide, and I'll continue with the presentation. So we're just going to quickly go over a department overview and activities at a high level. We will then discuss recruiting and the policing assessment, and we'll finish with a glance at our strategic plan looking forward. Next slide. And we start here. The last few years you've seen this slide, but we start here because everything that follows in the presentation, it aligns with pursuing our vision, fulfilling our purpose, and is guided by our principles and values, which you see here on this slide. Next slide. Now, these are the core functions of the police department. There are no changes from previous years. I will just call out to your attention the last one, which is to respond, mitigate, and stabilize acts of terrorism and unusual occurrence. This is an area in which we have put additional focus to enhance our capabilities, which was touched on a little bit already in the budget presentation with our Homeland Security Division and Special Operations Bureau. And I'll talk a little bit more about this at the end of the presentation. Next slide. So this was the structure of the command team in 2023. Of note is the two bureaus. I'm not going to go through all this information, but really just want to note the two bureaus, both Operations and Services Bureau, which I will talk about next. Next slide. The Operations Bureau is overseen and led by Deputy Chief Sean Guillebeau. It's comprised of our uniformed teams that you see on this slide, Patrol, Marine Patrol Unit, Dive Team, Explosive Detection Canine, our Bomb Disposal Unit, and our Traffic Support Specialist. And we don't have time during this presentation to talk about all of these teams and all the great work that's being performed. However, you can read all about the Bureau in our annual report that is part of the Commission packet and will also be posted on our website. Next slide. One of the relatively newer teams in Patrol, however, that I will highlight is our Crisis Intervention Team. Officer Michelle Briegel and our mental health professional, Victoria Shook, they continue to provide exceptional service to the Port and the unhoused population that visit our properties. You can see here the tremendous work that they are performing. They had over 850 contacts in both 2023 and 24 combined year to date. 91% of those contacts were resolved without arrest, which is a great number that we like to see. 66% of those contacted received some assistance or referral. And I continue to hear stories of persons or families who receive the referrals or treatments they need to become stabilized and end up in housing or back with family. For example, there was one family with two adolescent children, service animal. They did not have any housing secured and spent 2 weeks sleeping on Metro buses and the light rail. They found their way into the airport and to Officer Briegel and Victoria. The family was connected to the local agency that found them shelter and was making arrangements to help them fly back to their home out of state, where they will be housed by another family member until they're able to secure their own housing. And that's just one of many stories that I could discuss regarding this team and just the excellent work that they're doing. Next slide, please. The Services Bureau is overseen by Deputy Chief Mark Thomas. The Services Bureau supports the department's operations, manages the administrative components of the department. It was comprised of these teams that you see on the slide: the Office of Professional Accountability, our Criminal Investigations Division, the Administrative Services Division, and then also our 911 Police and Fire Communications Center. Like the Operations Bureau, there's really too much to say about this bureau, but much can be found in our annual report. And I will, however, before leaving this, I do want to highlight, however, our Criminal Investigations Division, and particularly our Drug Interdiction team. You know, they have continued to do a positive, or have a positive impact in our region. I'll just give you one example. One investigation led to the arrest of a drug trafficker and the seizure of 34 pounds of fentanyl pills. That's 154,000 pills that did not get distributed into our community and potentially take lives. And that's the type of work that they're doing and the impact they're having on our region. I will also say just about that team, our Criminal Investigations Division, is that during 2023, and due to staffing issues, our detectives spent more than 25% of their work weeks working uniform patrol positions because of our staffing. But we turned the corner with staffing, which really leads me into the next set of slides. So if we could go to the next slide. Recruiting and hiring. So at the start of 2023, we had a total of 41 vacancies in the department. And during the year, we had 16 separations and retirements. However, we ended the year with only 25 total vacancies. So we are making progress in the positive, in the right direction. Next slide. And this slide shows the breakdown of those hires and our 2024 year-to-date numbers. In 2024, we've hired 20 full-time employees total in the department, and a total of 9 who have left or retired. And so presently, we have only 15 vacancies, which again is much better from our 41 vacancies at the beginning of 2023. And a lot of this is credited to the recruitment cadre, dedicated individuals in the police department who are working to recruit other law enforcement officers and other employees. But also Katie Gerard, Director Katie Gerard, her staff in HR, and especially talent acquisition Representative Candy Lorenzo, who has done just a wonderful job for us. Our background investigators who have, I think in 2023, conducted over 100 background investigations. And as a much younger friend of mine would say, they are crushing it. And thank you to that team. Next slide, please. Here are some of the team members that have made recruitment successful. It has been really a team effort, as I alluded to in the last slide. So many people that have been recruiting. They've conducted hundreds of oral boards, promotional assessments, and specialty assignment assessments in 2023 and 24. This slide shows the various selection processes being conducted. Everything from entry police officer to police specialist to a deputy chief process to explosive detection canine assessment. And I won't read through all these, but you can see all the work that that team is doing. Next slide. 2 changes this year that Candy has initiated has been the police officers, or POS, police officer candidate information sessions, and using a new vendor to conduct our police officer test, national testing network. Research, I should say, has shown that NTN, National Testing Network, should increase the diversity of our candidate pool over our previous vendor. And then before leaving this section, I would like to advise the Commission that given our improved staffing that we now experience, we were able to discontinue utilizing contracted law enforcement officers. So those are officers from other agencies who are coming in and assisting us. That contract was very helpful to have during that time when we had the low staffing. But our preference really is to utilize our own team members to protect our gateways and serve our community, and we're able to do that now with the staffing we have. So thank you for your support when it came to those strategies that we had to employ previously. Next slide, please. So we'll now move on to the policing assessment implementation. And I'm just going to give a little bit of history before going into the details on this slide, but it was in 2020 that the Commission directed a comprehensive assessment of the police department and authorized the creation of the task force on port policing and civil rights. Commissioner Calkins and former Commissioner Steinbrook were the leaders who proposed and brought the assessment to life. 21 CP Solutions was hired to assist the task force, and 21 CP completed its assessment with 52 recommendations in September of 2021. And then Executive Director Metric established the Policing Assessment Implementation Team, or the PATE, which prioritized the recommendations as low, medium, or high. And then at that point, that was handed over to the police department, who's been working on those recommendations since that time. And then in 2023, after receiving Commission approval, 21 CP was contracted. We contracted with them again to complete 4 yearly reviews of implementation efforts. And so we would, the police department was completing those. We wanted a third party to come in and validate that we were actually completing those recommendations as we thought we were. And so at the end of 2023, 19 of the recommendations, or 37%, were implemented. And then in early 2024, earlier this year, we were at 27 of the 52 recommendations, so we were at 52% implemented. Next slide, please. And then I would like to highlight some of the key recommendations. So this is not all of those that were implemented, but the next 2 slides, I'll just highlight some of those recommendations that we've completed. And there were several recommendations, as you can see from that first bullet point, around use of force. I'll read a couple of those, not all of those, of course, to take for sake of time. But recommendation number 10, the recommendation was that the de-escalation policy should be updated to make de-escalation attempts mandatory when possible to do so, and to add de-escalation tactics. And so we've completed that. That's in our policy now. Recommendation number 17 was that the Port of Seattle Police Department should maximize its transparency by publishing data and reports on its website and regularly reporting the information to the Commission. And again, that was one that we've completed. Those reports are now on our website. People can go there and see that. I know there's been some challenges recently with the cyber incident, but when the website's up, you can go and view those there. Recommendation number 52 dealt with body-worn cameras, which we have now fully implemented with our staff. And I also just want to make comment here that we are now exploring dash cams for our patrol vehicles. And so we're looking at those as well as some other technologies, and that might be something that you'll see in the future. Recommendation number 1 was to ensure that we were implementing best practices and not just meeting legal minimum requirements. And so 21 CP has validated that we are doing that, completing that recommendation as well. Next slide, please. So there's 2 more recommendations on this slide. And again, just to kind of give a sampling of those things that we've completed. Recommendation 19 was implemented. A use of force board reviews every use of force that we have. In 2024 year to date, we've had 16 use of force events. The events are investigated by the on-duty sergeant. They're reviewed by that commander. That's then sent to a use of force board, which is comprised of 2 other commanders not in the employee's chain of command, staff from our Office of Professional Accountability, Office of Professional Standards, or Office of Professional Development. Other subject matter experts will participate in that as well, review any video and documentation on the use of force, and then they make recommendations to the Bureau Deputy Chief. Some of these are completed without any policy or training recommendations. Other ones are. We had one incident where an officer went hands-on with an aggressive subject who was brandishing scissors. That potentially could have caused some serious injury to the officer, obviously very dangerous. And so when the board reviewed that, they recommended that there would be some additional training provided to the officer, and that was accomplished. So, the board is producing good results. I guess I'll put it that way. Next slide, please. So here, just to look forward on this, there will be an additional report that will be published in Q2 of 2025 and Q2 of 2026 by 21CP, again, validating the work that we're doing. Our goal is that in 2025, 75% of those recommendations will be completed, and then 100% completed in 2026. Next slide. So this is the last slide on this, but just looking forward again, looking a little bit back and forward, but with the Office of Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Director, Bookta Geyser, and Deputy Executive Director Karen Goon and myself are working together to stand up an implementation review committee. That will begin in Q4 of this year, 2024, and go through 2026. The organization of the committee hasn't been finalized yet, but should include prior task force members, OEDI, PD, and other port staff. We are in the process of writing a charter that will give specific objectives and define the structure and the workflow. In general, the workflow will at least include these three steps that you see on this slide, which is that recommendations will be implemented. They will go to 21CP, who then does their assessment, validates those recommendations being completed. They produce a report. That comes back to the port, at which time the committee that we are putting together will review that report and produce a summary report that will go to Executive Director Metric. So that's the flow right now as it stands. Again, there could be some other steps in there, but just wanted to at least give you a quick briefing on where we're at with that. And next slide, please. So now we're going to move on to our 2024-26 strategic plan. We are in year one of our three-year strategic plan. The next two slides show in a very condensed format our strategic goals. Much thanks to Mary Van Biber, Marin Burnett, who helped us with this as well, Deputy Executive Director Goon for their assistance with the plan development in 2023. In regard to goals 1 and 2, we're presently at 91% of our authorized staffing, so we're not too far off from that particular goal. Goals 3 and 6 involves 3 through 6, I should say. That involves our work around persons in crisis and reducing trespassers, which we covered a little bit earlier in talking about the crisis intervention team. Goals 7 through 8 centers around our commitment to work with aviation and maritime business partners to develop service levels and then deliver. That's something that we started a couple of years ago, of really working with those leaders, Lance Little, Stephanie Jones-Stebbins, their leadership teams, to really collaborate as to what services do they want from the police department, what services, what expertise can we offer and deliver, talk about the cost of those services, what can be afforded, and really just a collaborative effort to hopefully produce really the best services that we can as a police department to our customers. Goals 9 through 10 speaks to our belief that cohesion and organizational health is really what gives life to strategy and produces, I'll just say, wins and great results. You can have the best strategy in the world, you can have the best objectives in the world, but you have to have cohesion within your organization and a healthy organization to really deliver the best results. And that's what those goals talk to. Next slide, please. So goals 11 through 13 builds capacity to perform a critical core function, which I mentioned earlier, which is to respond, mitigate, and stabilize acts of terrorism and unusual occurrences. We sent a team from the police department, and aviation security also joined us on one of our trips to conduct assessment of best practices with other U.S. and U.K. airports. We have worked closely with Executive Director Metric and port executives, and are in process of resourcing a new Homeland Security Division. So that's as Dan Thomas had mentioned earlier, several of those officer positions or those positions in our budget, that is to resource the division that we are putting into place. And a third bureau, as you also saw in the presentation earlier, that really will enhance our abilities in this area. As we went to these other airports, LAX, DFW, we went to Heathrow and JFK, other airports, really looking at what are the best practices to prevent and to mitigate those terrible events that we don't want to think of, but that could happen at our airport. Even as Dan had mentioned earlier, that there are increasing threats that are emerging, and we need to be prepared to address those things and prevent them from occurring here. So that's really what that third bureau is all about, what that Homeland Security Division is, and asking for receiving support to really resource that out. And I would be happy to talk more about these changes and efforts with any of the commissioners at a later time if you would like, or even later in this presentation if you have more questions about that. Goals 14 through 19 address technology and facility needs and improvements. Goal 20, we've already discussed. However, I will just note that, when we looked at the 21 CP recommendations, we really saw that as that's part of our overall work plan. And so we needed to incorporate it into our strategic plan and accomplish that. And really also just in light of that, we see in the department that continual improvement, it's what we do. And so we welcome that assessment. We welcome those recommendations. We want to continue to improve as we go into the future. A new goal for us is to be prepared with the rest of the port for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Our Homeland Security Division includes a new position, a planner, that will assist with those preparations. So this concludes our presentation. We included an appendix that has additional data for your reference. You also find additional information in our 2023 annual report that is in the packet, and again, will also be posted on our webpage as soon as that's possible. And then finally, I want to thank you, the commissioners, on behalf of the department for your continued support and interest in the department, in security, and in public safety. Anyway, I really appreciate that support. I know the department does as well. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Thanks for this presentation and report out, and thanks to your team for the work that you do to keep our operations safe. I will now open it up for any questions or comments from my colleagues. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Thank you. Thank you, Chiefia, for the presentation. I always look forward to it with particular interest. And I had the opportunity to review the report, and so instead of guiding through the PowerPoint presentation slides, I'm actually going to refer to the report directly. Do you have it in front of you?
I do, yes.
Okay, great. So first, I just wanted to say that for me, the highlight of the report is always your employee spotlights, and these stories are incredible. The first one that you list was for Sergeant Anthony Kalahui, who was there to facilitate the return of the remains of 54 Native Hawaiians who were stolen from their land. Their ancestral land were being returned, and it just was absolutely inspiring to know that the Port of Seattle could have a role in facilitating something so profound in such a culturally specific way. I just wanted to acknowledge his story and thank you for telling it. And the as a special purpose government with an incredibly diverse jurisdictions within your jurisdiction, it's you never know what you're gonna get, particularly at the airport. The stories that you're able to tell here are so inspiring. You know, I was thinking about Officer Matuska and how she's the first female bomb technician, and just how that the Port of Seattle is a place for glass ceilings to be broken. I was brought to tears. It was very emotional for me to listen to the story of traffic support specialist Maria Vinuan Stoltenberg, and you know, it makes me want to know like what happened to her husband, and how just the passion for service that comes from a family, and that, you know, that started here at the Port of Seattle. And there's some true treasures in here. And thank you for using this as a vehicle to be able to tell stories, because at the end of the day, our officers, sworn and civilian, are servants, and they're all just people who are here with a purpose, and that's really special. And so I wanted to go through and ask about the K-9 unit. I know one of your budget asks is to expand the K-9 unit. I noticed that there were 9 call-outs for bomb threats, and I'm wondering if that's for the Port of Seattle proper or for all of Valley SWAT that we're associated with.
Yeah, those are, so it's a mix. So some are, will be on our properties, but others are at other jurisdictions. It is a regional asset, and so we have our local agencies, even just recently, I'm trying to remember if it was Kent or Tukwila, but if they find a device, something that looks suspicious, they'll call our canines and we'll come and do that. We'll also at times sweep certain venues or areas that might be, you know, high target locations or potential threat locations. And so, but as far as, yeah, those devices go, some of that is internal, some of it is external. And also, thank you for calling out the highlighted employees. That is one of my favorite parts also on the annual report. And I love to see it when just organically you have members in the police department, going back to Sergeant Kalahui, that sees a need, they take the initiative, they work with our staff, they galvanize others to assist, and just do a wonderful job for us. So thanks for calling that out. I do have those. I was just going to say that, you know, the specific numbers on the how many of those were on our facilities versus off facilities, that's a number that we can always get for you.
Okay. And then I'm just wondering, when a bomb threat does happen and it involves Port of Seattle property, that's immediately reported up to Director Ryder?
Yeah, we coordinate those communications, absolutely. We have a notification list, and so that'll go to, you know, typically Aviation Security Director, Wendy Ryder, or others within the staff, yes.
You briefly, I'm looking at your section on the traffic support specialist. It makes me just wonder, you know, they operate 365 days a year. I'm wondering what they're doing to prep for World Cup. And then I'm also, in addition to the crowd management side, I'm wondering if you could just expand a little bit more about how you're plugging into a conversation with CBP to manage the influx of people passing through the gateway.
Yeah, sure. So we have, regarding FIFA, we have representation both on the security and the transportation committees groups. And actually, I've got Deputy Chief, newly promoted as of yesterday, Deputy Chief selected for that promotion. Tom Bailey is on the call as well. And he and his team are overseeing our engagement with our stakeholders and partners when it comes to FIFA, making sure that we're preparing. One of the things, I guess, just specific to the traffic support specialist, you know, part of that preparation has just been getting them up to full staffing. And so we are just about at that point of having them fully staffed. And that really has taken some time to do that over the last year or so, but it kind of goes back to all the efforts that are being made by our recruitment team and others to get them to that point, and then giving them some training as far as the traffic flow goes. I don't know that I could say that we've done anything more specific than staffing, giving them the training as far as traffic goes, or even other than assisting us here at the airport, what other role they may play in that. Certainly they're going to have a heavy role with traffic coming in, and they're trained to do that traffic control. So I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Yeah, it's going to be an adrenaline shot to our region, and something that's beyond a scale that we've ever experienced before. And it's going to last for this amount of time. And I know that other jurisdictions that are not a part of Valley SWAT, namely the city of Seattle, are going to be looking for potentially interlocal agreements to be able to support for crowd management directly. So I'm just wondering if there's any sort of mechanism where the law enforcement entities are talking about specifically to meet the need for FIFA. Now that we have specific dates, we have itineraries for where the games are going to be played, how often people are going to be crossing the border. That's part of why I'm asking the question, because now's the time to start having those conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. I was in a meeting just this week regarding that with the transportation group. Yeah, it's either this week or end of last week. But in any event, we are totally engaged in those meetings.
All right. And then I'm the CBP collaboration also to make sure that we care about how we're going to leave an impression and people have the experience coming through our gateway. So thank you for doing that also.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm on to page page 23 of the report, looking at the CID highlights. And so, I'm really interested in the drug interdiction work because there's such a proliferation of narcotics going through our gateway, and you're really ground zero to be able to intercept and interrupt that that underground supply chain. And so I see that you've cited right here that you investigated a case that led to the arrest of a drug trafficker and the seizure of 34 pounds of fentanyl pills that would have been in our community. And you followed up on a prolific bag theft resulting in 5 misdemeanor charges and 1 felony charge for theft of a firearm, that you investigated a drug trafficking case that led to the arrest of a drug trafficker and the seizure of 90 pounds of methamphetamine. I guess my question / my suggestion is, do you have a chart that will actually demonstrate the overall stats for 2023? I think that'll be helpful. And it's similar to the way that you do it for your use of force, because I'm interested to know over time how it's going, what you're doing.
Oh, yeah,
how
absolutely.
Much we're intercepting and what we're intercepting.
Yeah, that's easy to do, absolutely.
It's important for us telling the story to the state legislature that we're trying to convey to them whether or not we want drugs to be a part of our portfolio. It is. It's coming through our gateway. It's our responsibility to interrupt, and that's part of keeping our communities safe upstream before it even gets to come through. And we need support from the legislature in order to be able to maximize that role and that responsibility of ours. And so to the extent that we have data readily accessible to give to John Flanagan to take to our senators, it's going to be important.
Yeah,
so I just wanted to provide that back. The next page is pages 24, 25 are all about what kind of activities our personnel are doing, right? They're doing area checks, vehicle checks, subject stops. And you talk a lot about how we are growing our workforce, and I think that the POSPD is a really unique and exciting place to be able to be an officer. And I'm just wondering, I guess I won't ask for it now, but I am wondering what your 1-minute stump speech is when you see somebody, that is on blend or something like that, how you convince them that Port of Seattle is the right place to be.
Yeah, okay. That sounds good.
I just wanted to flag. See, I always ask to be able to do this in committee beforehand so that we can spot for little things like this. But Chief, on page 28, there's literally always one copy and paste error in every report, and I always find it. It's like an Easter egg, and I just gotta, and I find it. It's the third paragraph down on page 28, and it's just a repetition of what you say in paragraph 1. So sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Wish we did it in committee. Sorry. What about? Officer Timothy Dahlstrom and his story and what he does in as a mental health professional, as a former teacher, called to service as an officer is exactly what we in the world need more of in policing. I wanted to also acknowledge the employee wellness program, because when we're talking about community safety, a lot of that leads towards well officers. An officer that is overworked, exhausted, grieving, or stressed is not going to be any good in service to anybody else. Like I said, they're just humans, and so that you are promoting that and tracking folks going through that, it's kind of like the same way we urge Executive Director Metric to take his vacation time. It's the same thing. We're urging our officers to take care of themselves first. So I just want to lift that up and honor that.
Yeah, thank you.
Page 32, what's OC spray?
That would be the same thing as pepper spray.
Oh.
Yeah.
There were 10 incidents of that in 2020, so I was just wondering, because we haven't had any incidents with that thereafter, but there was no policy change. It was just something that happened. It was just the times in 2020. Yeah,
there's no policy change, and I'm not sure what those uses were. Well, I think I do know that was 2020. Yes, that was, so during the protest that we had a lot during that time period. That was an anomaly that year because of those protests, and so there was a lot more uses of OC for crowd control. So that was George Floyd during that year, during that period. So really, if you look at the other years, like you said, 2023, we had 0 OC uses, and we don't have a lot of OC spray deployments. We don't want to have those necessarily in the airport and in crowded areas like that, and so that's why there was that number in 20.
Just wondering, where in reportable force events, where it's grown significantly is in other physical control. 0 reports in 2020 as opposed to 19 reports in 2023. An example of that would be pinning somebody or joint manipulation. And so just wondering if you can just tell us a little bit about that trend and why it's still growing.
Yeah, so the other thing with 2020 that was kind of unique, I mean, you still had other events, but even like, so actually, let me back up on that. I'm not sure why there's 0 in 2020. If that was a change in how we were reporting those out, I'd have to look into that more. Those other numbers that we see in 21, 22, and 23, and we also do an analysis where our Office of Professional Accountability will look at all these different cases and see, are there any trends, anything that we need to look at further or have any other issues with? And really in doing that analysis, the only thing that really popped out for us was the taser increase that we had in 2023. The other numbers were actually fairly normal numbers, I guess you could say, and especially when you're doing that other physical control being a fairly low level use of force. But I can look into that as far as why there's 0 in 2020.
Well, it's not reported on at all in the 2022 annual report. It's actually a line item that's omitted, and so so that's a new one, and that is included this year demonstrates that year over year from 2020 was 0. 2021 is 11, 2022 it's 18, and 2023 it was 19, and so just interested to know about that. And if
sure.
it could continue to be included, more information is always appreciated.
Yeah.
You also included in this and reportable force events, citizen complaints from force used, 0 complaints used to related to force specifically. What I'm not finding in this report is misconduct complaints or allegations. And the reason why I think that information is interesting is and important, what most people don't realize is misconduct complaints frequently come from other officers as a mechanism to hold their colleagues accountable. That's what we've observed. And so to know misconduct complaints and that information being represented in a public document is important. Is that the information that you're saying is actually, it is publicly available, but on the webpage, which is currently broken?
Yeah, so the use of force report is contained there. Yeah, but we don't have that on our website.
Where are we following misconduct complaints, and how do we have transparency into that?
Yeah, so that's so our Office of Professional Accountability. I mean, that's where we keep the misconduct complaints. We have not at this point in time put any of that out on the webpage, but it's certainly something that we can look at.
Or in the annual report, just some mechanism for public visibility into misconduct complaints, investigations into misconduct complaints, whether they're sustained or not, and the ones that aren't sustained, the reason why. I mean, those are things that matter.
Yeah.
Particularly as a commissioner, when I hear things also, and so it's helpful for me to know what you're tracking.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
We need complaint information. And not just that. I mean, it's not about complaints. It's also about commendation. You can file complaints. You can file commendations. I want visibility into that. People are compelled all the time to commend officers for the tremendous work and the impact they've had in their life. I want to know. I want to be able to see that.
Yeah, we have all that data.
It should be shared.
All right. Sounds good.
Page 33, you talk about use of force subjects by race. Demonstrates that 68% of the subjects that had force used against them are people of color, and it demonstrates the race of the workforce. And so I want to have a continued conversation about. Well, I'll just summarize and say it's helpful to have this data. It's good information for us to have. The next page. All right, so the next page talks about public safety partnerships and Valley partnerships. The Port of Seattle Police Department is one of 7 partner agencies in the South King County Valley region, including Auburn, Des Moines, Federal Way, Kent, Renton, Tukwila, the Port of Seattle Police Department. It's a mutual aid situation. Is the Valley partnership like a formal association, or is Valley SWAT your only formal association?
Yeah, so there is an interlocal with some of these teams. So Valley SWAT, there's an actual interlocal with those agencies. Valley Civil Disturbance Unit is mutual aid. There's not necessarily an interlocal agreement between those, but that is a regional team, but that's based on mutual aid. Okay. Valley Independent Investigations Team, same thing. There's not an interlocal. Actually, I might have to ask. I'll have to check on that. I think we do have an interlocal for Valley Independent Investigations Team. So there's a couple that, just based on how they're structured, it was better for us to do that with an interlocal, especially when you're starting to share some assets and things of that nature. And then there's others that are mutual aid, which I think is really just Valley Civil Disturbance Unit. We do share, though, a policy manual on that team, so we've agreed to do that, and there is an executive board that oversees those policies, practices, any call-outs and deployments, and things of that nature. I'm actually the chair for Valley Civil Disturbance Unit executive board, as well as Valley SWAT in-house negotiations team.
Awesome. So in that they loan officers to each other and call out to situations where they need aid and support. The officers know each other and they,
Yeah, that's correct. They all train together, and then when there's a call out, they will deploy.
There's a relationship there.
Yes, yes.
So for Valley SWAT and as chair, how are budget decisions made?
Yeah, so with Valley SWAT, because of the connection that they have to drugs and narcotics, that team is supported from our for Port of Seattle. We support that team, not salaries and benefits. That's because they're regular officers. That's an extra duty they have, but equipment and training, some of those other things. We support that with our drug interdiction forfeiture funds.
How are investments into shared assets tracked?
Yeah, so every asset is actually owned by one of the agencies. And so it's an interlocal, but we're not an entity. We're not a governmental entity. So Valley SWAT actually can't own its own property or assets.
Okay. And then for Valley Independent Investigations Team, it was formed in 2012. This is pre-940.
Mm-hmm.
And it investigates all officer-involved shootings or other deadly force incidents that result in great bodily or serious bodily harm or death. So the 940 and its implementation requires that an entity that it be an independent investigation into something like that.
Yes.
But because of the Valley partnership and where you do mutual aid, they go through training together, you call out to support each other, you share resources, we buy assets after assessing a group need. That's a very clear relationship. The idea of an independent investigation is to eliminate bias. I think that we need a legal review of Valley Independent Investigations Team because it doesn't seem to me that that's in compliance with state law and what's expected by the public.
Yeah, we could have Port take a look at that from a legal perspective. One thing I will say on that is that when that team deploys to an agency, let's say Federal Way has a shooting, is that none of their detectives will be on that team. So they'll recuse themselves from any of that investigation, and then they will investigate it. And our team, absolutely, legal review, we can have legal take a look at it, but I do want to just put a plug in for that team that I think we are one of the model agencies. We're one of the first teams in the state, and other teams have come to us to look at our policies, our procedures, how are we doing things, and even the state, as they've set up the independent investigation team, they don't have the capacity right now to go out and do these independent investigations. That is the goal. That is, they are going to take that over at some point in time down the road. They've just started doing that in a couple counties, but they're not able to do it yet with us. And we have one of the VIT chiefs, Tukwila, and their commander. They sit on a committee with the state IIT to basically look at best practices and what are we doing. And so anyway, we have a really good team, I'll say that, but certainly our Port Legal could, I don't want to volunteer legal services, but I think we could easily take a look at that.
Oh, I will. And I think that we do need to review that. I see that you also mentioned the Office of Professional Accountability. I'm just wondering, as we're talking about investigations, there's no summary of investigative reviews that have occurred. I know that, there are some, or there should be some sort of summary of quality of investigations from OPA. And
sure.
They're a piece of policing through accountability and oversight. And so their summary, I don't know if that's a separate action that I need to require of them, but that information is also helpful because it demonstrates the objectivity of your investigations and the quality of those investigations and tells the public that story, and I value that a lot. And so
yeah, it fits in with what you were saying earlier about misconduct, because that's all the misconduct complaints go to OPA. Now, they may not necessarily be investigated by that sergeant. It could go to someone else in the department, or it could go to workplace responsibility because we work closely with them. And so I think we can have some more, discussions as far as what would that look like, and if we did that reporting again, what would the template or the format of that look like, and then how do we get that out? So I appreciate those comments.
Thank you for receiving them with a good heart. I'm committed to making sure that we're holding ourselves to the highest standard because I have trust in it and I have faith in it, and it's going to tell a good story. And if it demonstrates trends where we can improve, then we want to know that too. All of it is tools towards greatness. The police department, you do a policing assessment. You talk to us a little bit about the 52 recommendations, a review by 21 CP about our progress thus far. By the end of 2023, they reviewed 20 recommendations out of the 52 and found that 19 of those were satisfactorily met. After completing the next review in early 2024, the report indicated that 27 of the 52 recommendations had been implemented. That's 52%. We had requested specifically that the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion be involved in that review to be able to advise as well. And this is absent their review or their assessment. I know that that work is very much in motion and underway. I have great interest in knowing what Director Gaysar and her team's contributions and thoughts are. How will we be receiving that information from them?
Yeah, so and I'll back up a little bit if I may, just also to advise that. So even prior to part of 21CP's assessment is that they will interview stakeholders, and so they did have multiple conversations with Director Gaysar and with OEDI prior to their finalization of that report. So there was opportunity certainly to engage. But what the process is right now, we're still working through some of these details, is that once they provide their report to us, like they did with their July report, is that committee will come together, we'll review and look at the report, do an assessment of it, and then a report will come out from that committee that will, at this point, first go to Executive Director Metric, so reporting up to him, and then I believe he'll then share it with the commission. But again, we're working those details out right now as we draft that charter.
I just want to close out by saying that there's some really beautiful acknowledgments of folks who have demonstrated leadership and have been promoted through the ranks, and folks who've been acknowledged and for their contributions with awards. Shout out to Officer of the Year, Helen Belair, as well as the non-sworn Employee of the Year, Lori Taylor. Congratulations. Soldiers of the Mission, Mike Naksayakan, Scott Colby, Maria Vinluan Stoltenberg, and Dina Silberberg. Congratulations, and a very special shout out to Dan Breed, who was a colleague of mine in the Saudi University Master's Program. So proud to see him continue to be recognized, as I know he was formally recognized as Officer of the Year. And certainly not least, the life-saving effort applied by Officer Nick Blevins, Officer Tanner Enter, Officer Molly Donahue, Officer Timothy Dahlstrom, and Officer Jesse Peterson. In February, they were able to resuscitate and save the life of somebody who was experiencing a serious event at the airport. I'd also like to acknowledge Officer Trevor Frudel, who on July 8th resuscitated and saved the life of somebody in Airport Drive. And then I'd also like to acknowledge Officer Renfred Capule, who in September 15th resuscitated and saved the life of a person in the airport terminal. Thank you for your work. It's literally life-saving. We appreciate all that you're doing, and the circumstances only become more challenging. You've gone above and beyond during ever since the cyber incident. So I just want to acknowledge the professionalism and name the feedback that we've gotten from members of the public that, they felt completely unfazed, that operations went well, and that all the while nobody's security, nobody's safety was ever compromised. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hasagawa, for your thoughtful questions and keen interest in this area. You literally walked us through the entire report, and so we appreciate that, and you made some valid, insightful points, and I hope the chief has taken some really good notes and is going to follow up on those. Commissioner Cho, do you have questions or comments?
No, I don't have any questions, but I did want to just quickly thank you, Chief Villa, and the department for all the tremendous work that you all do to keep us safe here at the Port of Seattle. I tend to say this, maybe I say this every year, but people don't recognize or fully appreciate the difficulties and the uniqueness of the Port of Seattle Police Department, as you know, and as many on this in this meeting know, that we have both the maritime and aviation facilities that we have to manage, which presents a unique set of challenges and, quite frankly, unique set of circumstances that our officers have to train for. And I do think while there's always room for improvement, as Commissioner Hasagawa has highlighted, I do think that we are one of the best. And, that's obviously a huge part because of the great leadership that you've demonstrated since you've become chief, but also because we have some really amazing officers. I'm always appreciative of how friendly and cordial our officers are, how hard they work, and the services that go beyond just traditional policing. And so big kudos and props to you, Chief Villa, as well as the department. I'm so grateful and appreciative of all the great work you all do, and I'm looking forward to supporting all the things that you need to continue to help this department to grow and be and remain best in class.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. That is it for now. Again, thank you for providing the report and the information today.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely. I'm going to move us along in our agenda for the day. Well, that concludes actually our business agenda for the day. This is the time for any closing comments. Are there any motions related to committee from commissioners? I think we had one referral already, but I don't know if there's others. Commissioners, none?
I just have some closing comments, if that's all right, real briefly.
Yeah, go for it, Commissioner Cho, and then I'll go to Commissioner Hasagawa, and then I will send it back to Deputy Executive Director Kuhn if she has any closing comments as well. Go for it.
Yeah, just real quickly, I'm here in South Korea attending the Busan International Port Conference. I'm actually here with Executive Director Metric. I spoke at this conference yesterday, and actually Director Metric is scheduled to speak this morning, so he's getting his beauty rest so that he's rested for his little speech. But it's been a really good conference. We actually also had the opportunity to go up to the port of Ulsan, which is a little further up north from Busan, where they are doing a lot of exciting stuff around sustainable fuels. They're already bunkering methanol and LNG, and they're actually planning to start bunkering ammonia by 2026, which is extremely fast. And as many of you know, we are currently underway doing a feasibility study between South Korea and the Pacific Northwest on a green corridor. And so we had some really productive conversations with the Port of Ulsan and obviously with the Port of Busan. And I think we can expect some really cool collaboration and partnerships going forward in the form a potential MOU between the ports of Ulsan, Busan, Seattle, and Tacoma, and the alliance. So very, very fun, interesting, exciting developments here. So honored to be here to represent the port as well as Northwest. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Cho, for that update from South Korea, and I hope you and Executive Director Metric travel safely, and thanks for representing us so well. Commissioner Hafadala? Okay.
Nope, thank you.
All right. Deputy Executive Director Goon, any closing comments?
Just wanted to recognize the passage of former Governor Daniel J. Evans, a towering figure in Washington state government politics, and the namesake and inspiration for the Evans School of Public Policy. I recognize that many of you probably weren't alive when he was governor, but he remains a paragon of civility and bipartisanship for all of us government policy wonks. Thank you for your time, commissioners, today.
Can I just also take a point of personal privilege and acknowledge that Governor Dan Evans was the one who signed into law the enabling legislation in 1974 establishing the Washington State Commission on Asian Pacific American Affairs. He's also the reason that there exists the Commission on African American Affairs, Commission on Hispanic Affairs, and the Governor's Office on Indian Affairs. These are key points of entry for communities of color from historically excluded communities to be able to access the highest office in the state. And so that exists to this day thanks to his leadership and his appreciation of that, and we mourn his loss.
Thank you, Deputy, I was going to say Governor, actually. Deputy Executive Director Goon and Commissioner Hafadala for those comments, and we also extend our deepest condolences to his family as well. Thank you both. So I will move us along. I wanted to make a quick closing comment as well. I wanted to say thank you. I'm going to spotlight one of our amazing staff members, our Clerk Hart. Thank you for your expertise and professionalism. Today, I know we are in a unique sort of virtual space, and it took a lot of work to make that happen. We transitioned from planning an in-person meeting to a virtual meeting, and it always goes really smoothly, but it definitely takes a lot of work to make that happen. And I had to make that decision today due to some quorum issues. We have 3 of our commissioners traveling, and this virtual space really did make it a lot easier for us, especially with the staff presentations. It was just a more effective way of meeting. And so I just want to say thank you to Clerk Hart and to your team for making that happen. We had a successful meeting. And so with that said, commissioners, hearing no further comments and having no further business, if there are no objections, we will adjourn this meeting. And the time is now 3:24 p.m. Thank you all.